Right, good morning, everyone. It's 1:30, so if we can make a start, please. Can I welcome you to the Development Committee of Sedgemoor District Council? I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee. Just a few housekeeping notes before the meeting itself starts. I've not been told that there's a planned fire drill today, so if the alarms go off, then that is the real thing. Your exits are back through the door you came in or through the side doors. If you require toilet facilities during the meeting, they're located through the central doors at the back of the room. There is water and glasses on the side of the room if you need to have a drink. And if I could ask, if you've got a mobile phone with you, can you please make sure it's either turned off or turned to silent, please, so it doesn't either interfere with the meeting or interfere with the PA system. Just so you know who's in front of you today, to my right are officers from our Democratic Services and legal teams. From my left are officers from Sedgemoor District Council's Planning Department and also from the Highways Department. And to the wings of the table on the right and left of the councillors who will be debating and ultimately deciding our applications before us today. There are also members of the public and members of the council attending virtually through Teams, and they are with us, including, I think, the portfolio holder for development and inward investment. In terms of the meeting today, it's going to be held as a hybrid meeting, which means that we have the committee members present in the room at Canal Side. But as mentioned, it's also available electronically through the Teams programme. That means that members of the public and other councillors can take part virtually to view what's happening. But I would just remind everyone that only councillors who are present in the room today are entitled to vote on the applications before us. Also, if I can just remind those who are joining us online, if they can leave their cameras turned off until we get to them as a speaker. And also just to ask everyone present to remember that the meeting itself is being recorded and the recording will be made available after the meeting. The format of the meeting is as per the agenda that's been published, and a copy of the officer presentations can be found on the council's web pages for those who are joining us online. We'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the application. There'll then be the public speaking time for those who've registered to speak. And we'll then come to, after that has taken place, we'll come to the members to have the debate, ask any questions that they need to of the officers, and then we can take a vote. The process of that will be that there will be a proposer, a seconder, members will then be asked to vote, and we'll count the votes and then declare what the result of the vote has been. If we move then on to the agenda for today, the first item on our agenda is apologies for absence. Mrs. Nicholson, do we have any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from Councillor Mike Facey, Liz Perry, Tony Hayward.
Thank you very much. Item 2 is the agreeing the minutes of previous meetings. We have two sets of minutes before us. The first is of the 23rd of August. Mrs. Nicholson, were there any amendments to that we've been notified of?
Yes, Chairman. We've received an amendment that I have missed out on one of the applications, which was 312211. It worked during the meeting that the land was owned by Somerset County Council, so therefore the county councillors for Somerset that sit on the committee needed to declare other registrable interest. Those being councillors Bolt, Filmer, Grimes, Hendry, Murphy and Revens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. On both sets of minutes, I was at both meetings, but I'm not down as present, and I'm also would have declared that I'm on the drainage board.
Okay, we'll get that updated. Any other amendments to those minutes? If not, with those amendments included, could I have a proposal they're a true and accurate record? Councillor Kingham, seconded. Councillor Grimes. All those in favour that I sign them as a true record, then please show. That's clearly carried. The second set of minutes was for the September meeting, the 26th. Were there any amendments for that we've been advised of? Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, we just wanted to clarify on one of the paragraphs. It was on application 332208 and the proposal, the third paragraph, sorry, the proposed paragraph is to say now, a proposal was made to support the officer recommendation to refuse and seconded. A second proposal was forwarded to grant permission for this application and seconded. Proposed Councillor Kingham, seconded Councillor Betty. You were there then. The first proposal was voted upon in line with the council's protocol, which was in favour of the officer recommendation to refuse, and the second proposal fell away.
Are there any other amendments that any other members had picked up? If not, could I have a proposal that with that amendment, there are true and accurate record of the meeting? Councillor Hendry and Councillor Glassford seconded. All those in favour that I sign them, then please show. That again is clearly carried. Thank you very much. That then moves us on to item 2, which is urgent business. There is no urgent business that I've been advised of, which is not covered by our agenda already. Item 3 is public speaking time for members of the public. For those of you who've registered to speak, as I mentioned earlier, we'll take the applications in turn. When we have heard the officer presentation, we'll then ask you to come forward to the speaker table if you're within the room, and if you're joining us online, I'll ask you to turn on your camera. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll see if you're in the room that there is a clock on the front. It counts the time down so you know how much time you've got left to go, and obviously if you can draw your comments to a close, that would be helpful within the 3 minutes. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations that members have? I'll start off as well. So for this morning's business, I have that on 124 and 103. They both are within my division that I represent. I've taken no part in the discussions on those applications. Also, I should declare that I'm a member of the Drainage Board, as there are a number of other members. If there are any items that refer to the Drainage Board, I've taken no part in discussions at the Drainage Board on any planning matters. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Pages 103, 124 in my county division, but I've taken no part in any discussions on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. On page 49, the application at Follett's Farm is in my district board. I've taken no part in any consultation, and I'm also a member of the Drainage Board and taken no part in any consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
A member of the Drainage Board, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
Member of the Axborough Drainage Board, so particularly for page 103, but others too.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Similar, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. Got 2 items. I'm obviously on the Drainage Board, same as a few others. Page 138, item 2422 00031. I have to leave the room for that because I'm sit on SCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, again, I'm on the Axborough Drainage Board.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. For this morning's session, page 49, the Follett's Farm application as a member of Bridgewater Town Council, but I haven't taken part in any discussion.
Thank you. And Councillor Glassford.
Similar.
Thank you. For members of the public, it's important that you know if there's any background or involvement members have had with an application. So we have the declarations you heard today are basically what's called a non-predetermination declaration. So we have a standing order within this committee which says we can either be involved at the district council level or at the town and parish council level. You can't do both. The danger is if you've been involved at a decision-making process at the town and parish level, it could be perceived that you've already made your mind up at that level and therefore you don't come with an open mind to the meeting. And on that basis, we've always agreed that you can do one or the other. So where you've heard members declare they've taken no part in those discussions, either at the town and parish level or at the Drainage Board, it means that they're free to come to this meeting and participate. If they had been involved, they would have to declare that and they would leave the room and take no part in the discussion because they would not be open to the debate that would happen at the meeting itself today. Moving on then to the next item, which is the planning applications themselves. The first application we have is at Follett's Farm, page 49, I think it is on our agenda. And if I could ask, please, Mr. Noon, I think you're going to introduce this one for us.
Thank you, Chairman. This is the application that was deferred at our November committee for matters in relation to the assessments of the highways impact and noise and air quality to be or just to be clarified what assessments have been carried out, and invite the relevant officers just to assert their position in light of what has gone on, and then also to clarify the position with regard to the NHS, who hadn't asked for any contributions at that point, and we just wanted to confirm what their position was. During the last couple of months, that exercise has been carried out. The applicant has also indicated that they are willing to reduce the number of houses from 560 as per the original scheme to 530, which brings it down nearer to the figures that have been assessed as part of the allocation of the site, and the works have been done in the background there, which I will come to in a moment. So the application is in outline form, with only the detail of the access from Dunweir Lane and the new roundabout on Western Zoyland Road to be considered in detail at this stage. All other matters, so the layout, the appearance, the scale and the landscaping of the scheme, would come forward in a subsequent reserve matters application. So just to familiarise ourselves with the site before I do a couple of updates. There is a site edged in red, south side of Western Zoyland Road, between the existing built-up area of Bridgewater and the M5. In more detail, there you can see there is a sort of thin network of hedges with some field trees. Apologies. Okay, hopefully the rest of the sites, which aren't sort of aerial photographs, will be much clearer. So you can see here that the site there between the motorway and the edge of Bridgewater, a thin network of trees, of hedges and some field trees. The bit that's not included in the site are the buildings based around the original farmstead on the middle of the west side of the field. There, so this is from the local plan. The area in pink up between Bridgewater, the east side of Bridgewater and the motorway, that is the allocation, the East Bridgewater allocation in the current local plan. So really, before I go into much more detail, having sort of familiarised ourselves with the site again, just a couple of updates. Firstly, yesterday we received a petition signed by approximately 600 people, which I'll just really, for the sake of you know what the concerns are, I'll just read out the message at the top. We bring to the attention of the Sedgemoor Planning Department the issues of building 530 properties at Follett's Farm off Dunweir Lane. The Follett Farm development plus 260 properties approved for Strawberry Grange, that's the old Bower Farm Bower Strawberry Farm on Bower Lane, plus 750 proposed properties at the north of Bower Lane. That's what we also I may refer to as the county land. Totals approximately 1,540 properties. This exceeds the agreed and approved number of dwellings in the current local plan by approximately 350. 1,540 properties could generate up to 6,400 additional traffic movements per day. The road infrastructure in Bridgewater cannot cope with this massive increase, along with the additional impact on highway safety. There is no plan for increased road capacity on the eastern edge of Bridgewater in the County Council future transport strategy, and they urge you to have a duty of care to uphold the agreed decision of the local plan and urge you to reject the application. That's the summing up of the petition. By way of an update to my report, apologies, the updated comments of our affordable housing manager have escaped this report for some reason. Now his view, in view of the reduced affordable housing contribution, he acknowledges the viability arguments that have been put forward by the applicant. The decision to secure 10% affordable housing would see the loss of 116 much needed affordable homes at a time when the council is seeing increased numbers of local people asking for help finding affordable homes. He acknowledges that whilst I have an insight into the financial challenges faced by the applicant, it is not for me to pass comment on whether or not it should be affordable housing sacrificed in this instance. Page 35 of the report sets out a raft of community benefits being sought from this development. The financial appraisal suggests that this development would be unable to fund all of these. This suggests that reducing the affordable housing ask from 30 to a below 10% would enable other community benefits to be safeguarded. If members are minded to approve at below 10% affordable housing, I would encourage the planning authority to secure a development review condition of the Section 106, an uplift, so that the viability is reviewed at a later date during completion, usually at a point during completion and at the end, to see if the viability has improved. Then we would look to secure an uplift of that of reduced affordable housing. So that is his position, reluctantly saying it's a matter for us to decide in light of the overall viability that is set out in my report. Those are my updates. To return to my report, in terms of the matters that were deferred for. Firstly, the NHS, they have clarified their position that they do not wish to seek a contribution from this development. That is based on their evidence and their understanding of the way new development generates demand. Now, that is their position. I appreciate that may be a contentious point. However, we have no evidence to say that they have got it wrong and this development should make a contribution for which the NHS make no request. In terms of air quality and noise, we had a review, just a sort of summing up of the position with regard to the noise strategy. That involves, on this scheme, as it does on other schemes along the edge of Bridgewater here, a degree of separation from the motorway. That's the primary way you reduce noise. And in that intervening area, there is a landscaped bund with an acoustic fence. That is the strategy that has been adopted here. The environmental health officer has looked.
Today, we need to be able to hear what both our officers say and also what the speakers say in due course. So I understand there'll be some things that members of the public will agree with, some that you will disagree with. I would ask you to treat all the speakers with respect and please allow them to give their information so that we can make that decision based on the facts that we're hearing today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the strategy that has been proposed as part of this application is similar to what has been agreed at Bower Farm. It's similar to what has been agreed up around the Sen School at the very northern end of the allocation. So it's a sort of continuation of a previously agreed strategy. Now, there's no evidence to say that that won't work. All the evidence provided, and I've got a couple of slides that show that, will show that acceptable levels of noise will be provided in the private areas of the houses through this strategy. It would also, the strategy will also involve an element of that individual house design, which we see at the reserve matter stage. So including the orientation of the houses, position of windows, the noise reducing features such as triple glazing and other things that are incorporated in the design of the house. So that's the twin strategy, the bund and the distance from the motorway, and then the design of the houses, which we see at a later stage. That's the environmental health officer is satisfied that there is no evidence to show that that won't work as a strategy in terms of creating satisfactory houses and living standards for future occupiers. In terms of air quality, there was a concern last time that the assessments may not have allowed for slow-moving traffic on the M5. Now, obviously, that does occur. It is not an everyday occurrence, but we now have some additional information that shows what would happen in terms of potential air pollution in the event that there is slow-moving traffic on the M5. That has been provided, and that shows, because there's a lot of variables there, what time of day does it occur, what are the atmospheric conditions, what are the wind directions, everything. But that is shown there that in terms of the matters that are tested for air quality. So that's nitrous oxide, the little particles that come out of diesel engines, the PM10s, and the smaller ones, the PM2.5. So those are the particulates in motor vehicle pollution. Those are shown to be they increase negligibly at the times that you might have very slow moving traffic. The rest of the evidence, as part of the environmental statement that's been submitted in support of the application, that addressed all other scenarios in terms of faster moving traffic. And the conclusion there is that sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I'll come back to that point in a minute. In terms of the highways matters, now that has been shown here that the evidence that was provided with the application involves the design of the roundabout primarily, the impacts of the development and other developments on the East Bridgewater allocation are assessed firstly at the most obvious point, the point of access to the highway network, so the new arrangements off Dunweir Lane and the new roundabout. That has been designed and demonstrated to work for the uplifted numbers. So that will cope. That's been shown that it will cope with 1,600 dwellings. And now that's obviously the very local roundabout. There are then the matters that would flow from that as traffic makes its way into town. So down Western Zoyland Road, St John Street, joining the Broadway at the bottom end of that. Also an element of traffic going north and joining Bath Road. We know that the next application for the 750 dwellings will deal with that Bath Road roundabout, just as these ones at the bottom of the site will have done the Western Zoyland roundabout. That application will, sorry, I'll let you go.
Make sure that members hear the evidence that has been presented to our officers by the people who have been consulted. It is important, obviously, that we want to have the ability for members of the public to be present during this meeting. If we get to the point where members are constantly interrupting, then I will have to suspend this meeting and we will then reconvene without members of the public present. I do not want to get to that point because it is important that you are here and hear what happens, but you have to treat the officers and members and those who are going to be speaking in a moment as representing you as well with some respect, and to constantly be barracking is not going to help get us to a decision that we need to today. So I would just ask you to please bear that in mind. This is a public meeting for you to hear what happens, but if necessary, we will close that. I don't want to get to that point, but I have asked on a couple of occasions now, and there are a few individuals who are going to be disruptive. And if we're going to get to that point, we will have to pause and not carry on at that stage. So I would ask you, please, I understand that views are high on this, but we do need to take this meeting forward and hear the evidence that's before us. So please do try and make sure that you don't respond to the comments that are being in the way they are at the moment. So, Mr. Noon, if you'd like to carry on, please.
Thank you. So the impacts, sort of, as you come away from the site, have been assessed through the local road network. It is acknowledged that this site at 530 dwellings will cause problems. It's acknowledged that. It is acknowledged that as the site is built out up to and over 1,200, those problems would obviously get worse. And at 1,600, yes, it is acknowledged that the local network has issues on it. That is why on this development, in accordance with the local plan policy, which identifies that this will be an issue, contributions are being sought from the developer to tackle those off-site problems. In this instance, some £883,000. The same approach will be applied to the remainder of the allocation, so that those contributions will be used to offset the highways impacts in town. Now, that is in accordance with the allocation of the site. That is the approach that is advocated through the policy B3 of the local plan. So whilst I fully accept there are misgivings and there is concern and there is evidence of an existing problem, that problem is acknowledged by this application. This application proposes financial contributions to mitigate those off-site problems. That is an approach that is supported by the Highway Authority. We do identify where that money is most likely to need to be directed. That would be down Western Zoyland Road, particularly the little spot on the road roundabout by the railway station. That is acknowledged to be an issue. That is one of the first things that would be tackled. And then sort of elsewhere, we would be looking at improvements to pedestrian and cycle links to town, so people would have the opportunity to choose how to travel and not be reliant on their car. We accept that is a matter of choice, but it is very much government strategy to promote walking and cycling. So we will be looking to improve road networks and to improve the cycling and pedestrian opportunities between the site and the town. So that twin strategy, supported by a very large financial contribution, is policy compliant and very much in line with the government advice on such matters. Additionally, the applicant has provided some sensitivity testing based on the 1600. They provide a little bit of information where the traffic flows are predicted to go from the development and where that would be the above sites increased movements would be experienced. That is in line with the modelling that's been provided with the application. It just sort of builds the number up. It confirms what we already know, that there are certain off-site junctions that, and bits of the road infrastructure that will need improving. So on this basis, my recommendation remains the same. The information that's been sought as a result of the deferral has been provided. The assessments have been carried out are robust. They address the scenarios that members were concerned about in terms of noise and air pollution. The traffic position has been clarified. The sensitivity testing has been given as part of the application, which shows where the issues occur, when even with the number pushed up as high as 1600. And on that basis, my recommendation is the same as it was last time. I clarify one point in the Section 106 obligations just to sort of confirm where these off-site highway contribution would be spent. The other update at this point, before I go through the rest of the slides, is that we have now received, it is only with our validation team, we do have the application for the county land to the north for the 750 houses. So that is on. That is with us. It is not out to consultation yet. There is a process of validation. Anything that is missing from the application will be asked for, but it will be out in due course. So that is on our radar. As I say in my report, there are certain impacts that will have to deal with. That is the application that takes the number over 1200, and that will have to wipe its own face in terms of assessing those impacts. But that will come with that application. So very quickly to go, hopefully very quickly to go through the remainder of the slides. This is from our allocation and development plan document in terms of the guidance for this site. It shows a predominantly residential new spine road through between Western Zoyland Road and the Bath Road, residential to the south of Western Zoyland Road where we are at Follett's Farm. And then there's in the blue area there in an early iteration, is the school and community facilities. That is subsequently refined to move over to the other side. It's still accessed off the Spine Road. Bower Lane, the vision for that is it becomes a no-through road for cyclists and walking, and the traffic is deflected. What traffic that is using that is deflected through the new Spine Road. So in terms of the phasing, it was always anticipated that the southern end would go first. We have already approved the Bower Farm site on the north of Western Zoyland Road, and this site is one of the other earlier phases, and then the later phases up through the north. In terms of the application documents, the red line for this application excludes the farm buildings on the west side, but includes the area for all the works around the round, to create the roundabout. That's why it's a bit of an odd shape in that top left corner. It omits a little strip of land where I think there's a chap who's doing some sort of logging arboriculturalists base in that top right corner next to the motorway. So there is the access arrangements. They've been amended from the original submission which had a lot of concerns about increased traffic on Dunweir Lane because there was to be a second entrance at the southern end of the site. So that is now taken out. So the traffic on Dunweir Lane would remain the same as it is now. The price for that, if you want to refer to it like that, is it would have to give way at the northern end here, as it joins the road coming out the development site. That's the same roundabout as already approved. The Bower Farm development is underway. Whoever this roundabout is to be done by the development that goes first, effectively the first one to start building houses will have to provide the roundabout. There is a mechanism in the Bower Farm application that if they don't do the roundabout, the money for that roundabout is recovered for planning obligations that were negotiated down there. The same would apply here. So if they don't have to do the roundabout because the Bower Farm have done it already, that money through the review mechanism in the Section 106, we would look to recover that for affordable housing. There are a couple of pedestrian points of access down along that west side from Dunweir Lane. So there's one there just below the Bower Farm buildings. And then there's one just to the opposite Bower Farm, and there's one down at the very bottom on the bend. So that would just be pedestrian only. There would be one, the previous one, I think it was there, that would have provision for emergency only access, just in case. And that's a routine approach with this sort of size of development. But that would be controlled, so no private vehicles should be using that. In terms of the indicative layout, very much in accordance with the allocation of blocks of residential. We have the green strip down the east side next to the motorway for the noise mitigation measures. And if you can see in there a couple of little sort of pinkish areas, that's the formal play equipment that would be provided. So there's what we call a LEAP, a local area of play, locally equipped area of play. There's a big square one at the bottom, which is sort of a NEAP, which is a neighbourhood area of play. So those are policy standard provision would be secured through the Section 106 agreement, and the detail and the final position of that would emerge with the reserve matters application. And then just really from the original allocation document, the indicative layout there. In terms of the routes through the development, principal route, heavy in blue there, and then the little pedestrian points coming out, 3 of them on the west side there. In terms of building height, predominantly 2-storey, the lighter colour. The heavier colour is for the higher buildings. Originally, that was suggested along the motorway for the acoustic reasons. That might need to be 3-storey. I think they pulled away from that. That's likely to be 2.5-storey mostly, so rooms in roofs with dormer windows. But that would be solely in those areas there, really as part of the noise mitigation strategy. In terms of the drainage strategy, well-evolved scheme, it's likely to be very similar to this if we get to reserve matters. So we have the ponds to where the water would be drained to. They would then be attenuated, released out at a controlled rate into the existing REEN network. Very standard approach on this East Bridgewater site, and replicates kind of what happened at the North East Bridgewater in terms of what was agreed with the internal drainage board. So they would have ultimate oversight of the discharge of this, and we would obviously see the detail by condition at a later stage, but we can see essentially what it's going to involve here. In terms of the ecology, it's largely unimproved pasture land for grazing with this network of hedges and field trees. Now, the ecologists looked at this very carefully, detailed ecology conditions as part of my recommendation. In terms of the noise management, the darker the red colour, the louder the noise. So at the bottom of the site, where there are no houses, there's no mitigation down there, so you can see the higher levels of noise. The sort of strong salmon colour around the edge, that's the highest noise. That's sort of from the motorway, traffic on Dunweir Lane, and then that is then mitigated by the layout, by the acoustic measures that are proposed, such that within the area we get the noise down to an acceptable level. That's external noise levels that will be experienced in the gardens. So 50 to 55 is the brown area. So this is the initial indicative section that was provided through the bund. That's how the noise is managed. You have a good degree of separation from the motorway. The bund with the acoustic fence deflects the noise over the development. It is now felt that further work was done on the noise strategy. That 3-storey building on the left-hand side needn't be 3-storey to achieve the satisfactory noise levels that we're after. So just some typical sections of development through, just looking from the sections there, motorway on the right-hand side, Dunweir Lane on the left, just really to show how development could be accommodated, just as the level of development that you would see. In terms of the way things have been led through the design process of opportunities and restraints, what trees, what hedgerows could be retained, where can the drainage go, where would the green barrier along the motorway go. So this is sort of part of the evolution of the site's design. Pop up there, sorry. And then in terms of the sort of street hierarchy, you'd have that principal road running through the middle, lower tier roads coming off it, and then the little cul-de-sacs of residential areas flowing from those. So really just about informing the layout. The vision here is that we would have a sort of various character areas. These I'm suggesting by condition. So along the motorway side, you would have the green edge with the bund and the landscaped area. Along through the middle in yellow, you would have the sort of more the avenue, and there would be sort of a certain house type that would face onto that main road. The pinky areas would then be what they're referring to as village core, so they'd be sort of lower, smaller houses. And then there would be a further character area in the brown, which is essentially the Dunweir edge, so the type of houses that you would then have along Dunweir Lane. So really just sort of typical ideas here. This is the green edge, higher buildings, probably not 3-storey as we're seeing here. 2.5-storey. There may be the odd 3-storey building on a corner plot just for the sake of good design and a street scene. But they're showing here very, very detailed concept, which I am suggesting we reinforce by condition. So the reserve matters is very much informed by this. So that then goes back to this green edge defined by that bund and landscaped area. The Dunweir Lane edge. So we have a setback behind the green and the green space from Dunweir Lane. So then we have the slightly smaller house types, 2-storey, detached houses mostly, small, maybe some smaller terraces, but really reflecting what's on the other side of Dunweir Lane. And then that's sort of showing typical section through Dunweir Lane to the development, just to show it's never envisaged that this should be right on the back of Dunweir Lane facing the existing houses. And then just coming down the main avenue, so there will be houses mostly detached, off-street parking side by the side of the house, and some sort of scenes of what you might expect. And then within the remainder of the development, you would have then these sort of smaller houses off the smaller streets, parking in, with off-street parking in front of them, and sort of probably more terraces and pairs of semi-detached houses. So really just quickly round the site, starting on the motorway bridge and going, that's anti-clockwise round the site. So the view from the motorway bridge, there is the site beyond the trees on the other side of the motorway. Looking down there you can see the existing sort of gap there is, and that you can see the road, the green airspace through there. That's where the IDB do the maintenance of the Reen from. So the bund would be on the right of the Reen, and the maintenance of that Reen would not be compromised by that bund. Just on the Western Zoyland Road, looking across the site, very level, flat site. Once you get to the hedge, the first hedge is what you see. The remainder of it is just foliage in the background. There's the site where the new roundabout would be. So existing houses running down Dunweir Lane to the left. Just looking down there, where that conifer tree that's where the farm building group is. Courtesy of Google Earth, just to give you an idea of the existing junction arrangements, that becomes the roundabout. And then that's Somerville on the right there, Somerville Road on the right. So looking into the site, that's roughly where the new entrance would be. Not immediately in front of that, but it would be the Dunweir Lane would deflect off into the field and join the new road. And then just proceeding down Dunweir Lane, you see the house types. We're looking to replicate that sort of house type on the other side. And then looking back up the other way, just to give you an idea of the character of the site, different season. So again, you've got that sort of Dunweir characters, the houses there on the left-hand side. And there's the building group at Follett's Farm. That's footpath into the existing development. We'd be looking to create a new footpath from the site to link to that. The at Follett's Farm, and then you can see looking into the building group, fairly sort of mix of buildings, mostly modern agricultural buildings, and then just the view going further down Dunwell Lane. We have this line of pylons going across the site. They would still be there as after the development, so we have a green corridor underneath those, and the houses kept away from that. And then down to the very bottom of the site, looking back up, across the site again, you can see very level, and you can see the pylons running across there. That's just stood looking straight at the motorway. As you can see from that lorry, the motorway is slightly higher. That's accounted for in the noise strategy. We can see that in the sections. The building group at Follett's Farm, and then we have that. There's the Reen and its maintenance access motorway, the other side of those brambles. And looking back across the site, that's that line of pylons that would still be there. So in terms of the key issues, viability, we accept that, yes, we are recommending approval with a less than policy compliant 10% affordable housing. We are accepting that in terms of the community infrastructure levy, there would be a reduction of that. We still have, though, a primary school education contribution for primary education. The secondary is not requested. Or would have to come from SIL, but we do have that education contribution. We have a substantial contribution towards off-site highways. So those are those improvements I mentioned, also cycling and pedestrian improvements. We also have off-site improvements at Dunbar roundabout, because there is an impact the further you go away from the site on the strategic network. That is all in hand. Those works have in fact started. And then we also have within the site provision of public open space, those play areas. And we would also have incidental landscaped areas, including the bunded area. So in any appraisal of viability, we need to look at the build costs. We need to look at the gross development value. Essentially, one minus the other gives you what is developer's profit. So a normal developer's profit we have agreed here. We acknowledge in the cost of construction, there are abnormals. We have factored those in, that the acoustic fence, the bund, the ground conditions are such that extensive piling would be needed. So those are all allowed for. We also have to accept that the landowner is expecting a return on his land. If we don't achieve that, he's not a willing seller. And this is an allocated site. This is a site we expect to be developed as part of future Bridgewater. So in terms of the number of the houses, yes, fully accept the policy refers to 1,200 dwellings, but it is about 1,200 dwellings. It is not no more than 1,200 dwellings. The inspector, when we allocated the plan, when they allocated the plan, they accepted that there may be an upwards movement of that, and we would need to deal with that through the assessment of the impacts arising from the increased numbers. This application doesn't take us over 1,200. This application on Follett's Farm is slightly higher than the expected level. That was at 496. Now I can see that 64 is one that slipped through. That's 34 more than was expected. So our own documentation expected just under 500 on this site. We're looking at 530. Are there any indication that 530 on this site that has been allocated and expected to deliver about 500? Is there any reason to assume that can't be accommodated? We've not identified a reason. The layout, along with design and the appearance of the houses and the landscaping, will come in due course. But we're pretty sure what we're going to get. We have a very highly evolved strategy, which we see as a reasonable approach, and we would look to secure that by condition. The roundabout design has been specifically looked at to ensure that it will meet not only this development, but the ongoing development out of the remainder of the allocation. So we have an amended access arrangement that is, the roundabout and new access deflecting into the site. So as you can see in the little picture there, that is acceptable to the highways officer. and the Highway Authority. Substantial off-site contributions towards improvements. We have the roundabout design that delivers the whole development, not just this one element of it. Internal layout, we are seeing an evolution of an approach that we believe has merit and could well be supported, but we will deal with that in detail at the reserve matter stage. There have been a number of comments about wanting to see the traffic, Bower Lane continuing to carry traffic. Bower Lane is very constrained. It's not part of the allocation that Bower Lane itself is upgraded. In fact, the opposite. It's looked to be downgraded to become a cycle and pedestrian route. The new spine road will deliver what Bower Lane currently does. In terms of noise management, we have reviewed this. The Environmental Health Officer has been invited to restate the position on that. It is a tactic that has worked elsewhere. The Bower Farm strategy is showing signs of working. We've agreed this strategy elsewhere. There's evidence elsewhere in the country that this strategy works. We will secure the detail of that through the Section 106 to ensure the ongoing maintenance of that, to ensure that, basically in the future, that will always be there to protect the amenities of people who live on the new development. We are suggesting 2 conditions to secure detail, and that's backed up with the maintenance requirements in the Section 106 agreement. In terms of the other issues that a scheme like this generates, as I say, the reserve matters will deal with everything else apart from the access. We are suggesting design coding. Phasing has been rolled into the design coding, so as condition 3 rolls that up together to secure development in accordance with the parameters that are set with this application. We have a whole range, many conditions as suggested by other consultees. There are clearly going to be impacts on those matters. None of those we are advised, are development stoppers. They can all be mitigated through appropriate conditions. So coming to my recommendation. So we require the applicant, we recommend approval subject to a Section 106 planning obligation being entered into to secure. So we are looking for at least 10% affordable housing with provision for review to as near a policy compliant position as possible. We need the Section 106 to deal with the detailed provision and future management of all the areas of open space, those play areas, and cycleways, connectivity within the site. We will seek advice from that from the relevant officers. Specifically, the 3rd bullet point, the landscaping, the management and general maintenance of that bund and the acoustic fence needs to be in there as a separate item. That is important going forward. We're looking for a contribution towards the Dunball improvements of £1,250 per dwelling. An education contribution of just over 3 million towards primary school education. Contribution of 883 for those off-site highways improvements. And then finally, the delivery of the roundabout and access works at the top of the site. If we embed that in the Section 106 agreement, that gives us extra degree of control and certainty. I appreciate that the off-site highways contribution will need to be finalised in terms of exactly where that goes. That I'm suggesting there is towards Western Zoyland Road and St John Street in towards town, as well as those pedestrians and cycle connections. There are other opportunities as well. There are upgraded traffic lights going in at the Monmouth Street junction. There is the Cross Rifles roundabout, which is an ongoing project. All of those would be suitable for contribution in terms of mitigating the off-site impacts of this development. Apologies for the length and maybe over detail, but my recommendation is to approve subject to those planning obligations and the conditions in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you'll see from the speakers list, we have a number of speakers who have registered. We start with David Preece. Would you like to come forward? Good morning. Just again to remind you, you've got 3 minutes. You'll see that.
Yeah, I understand limited, Chairman.
Thank you.
When's the clock start? From when I start speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. What Mr. Tate has said adds another 5 minutes to what I would like to say, because I can challenge most of what he's saying. But we'll go to what I've written today to say. Councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak on this application against. I started speaking on this 2-3 years ago, putting in my objections and observations to the developers, to their agents, as did everybody else, but they weren't listened to, nor have they been listened to by Sedgemoor District Council planning anywhere through. So the meeting today is history repeating itself, mistakes of the past, not learning from Eastern Avenue and Taunton's build-up of homes right up to the M5. Something we said we would never allow. The Bridgewater without was the natural boundary for Bridgewater. Today I'm speaking on behalf of all these people behind and about another 2,000 who aren't here today, living on the 3 estates. Where I live, Somerset Road, and over on the other side, which was my grandmother's land. There's the original deeds, part of Sydenham Estate Manor House. I probably know more about this land than anybody here, with my grandmother living there from 1921, 100 years ago. God bless her, she's dead now at 107. As an elected Sedgemoor District Councillor in 2003 to 11, this forward plan now attached to this application was only shown to the executive. The rest of us never saw it. And I was on planning at that time. Yes, we're in need of the housing that is needed for Bridgewater for the future requirements. So I'm going to abbreviate some of this because I've only got 2 minutes left, or 1 minute left. So why in 2007 to 9, when I arranged for Somerset County Council Highways officers to meet me at Dunware Lane when I was a councillor to discuss the possibilities of upgrading both Bower and Dunware Lanes with lighting, paving, drains, water reens, widening the highway to full 2-lane, new roundabout on Western Dornan Road, where now it is being proposed, expected to be closed by Somerset County Council for their benefit, not for us. That's the way through, right the way through to Taunton Road, right the way through to Bath Road. And about 20 years ago or 10 years ago, there was a proposal to take it through to Dunbar. You know, we are being thwarted all the way through this application. And 1,500 homes, we're looking at 2,300 movements a day on just this site. If you give me a few moments, Chairman, I know I've gone over my time. I can see that. Almost.
Mr. Priest, as you know, we need to stick because we've got a number of speakers.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
And also, if I make it
again, 3 minutes to speak on behalf of all these people. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Our second speaker is Liz Brown, who I believe is representing Bridgewater without Parish Council. If you'd like to come forward. Again, good morning. You'll see the time on the clock start whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. Chairman, officers, committee members and general public. I'm speaking to you today both as a parish councillor and a senior practice nurse working in GP surgeries. My concerns relate to impacts on local health services created by this proposal. Name the person who gave such sweeping assurances that there is plenty of capacity within local primary care to absorb new patients generated by this development. This is not reflected in the experience of staff and patients. Where is the strategic thinking in this statement? No account has been taken of additional patients from all the other developments in our burgeoning town. In addition to this scheme, another 1,000 houses for each Bridgewater alone, plus over 2,000 from other sites around Bridgewater, creating well over 6,000 extra patients. Another reason that the impacts of this scheme cannot be considered in isolation. Local surgeries are frequently reporting Opal 3 status, meaning that they are under severe pressure, struggling to cope with increased deterioration in performance. Last Friday, East Key Medical Centre declared critical capacity, stating, and I quote, "We can no longer provide safe service for our patients today," unquote, advising that those with a medically urgent problem call 999 111 or visit A&E or MIU. Meanwhile, Bridgewater MIU have recently began requesting that surgeries do not direct patients to them as they are also at capacity. Many surgeries are still struggling to accommodate patients following the dispersal of the Victoria Park patient list. They are also unable to recruit new GPs. A vulnerable elderly lady in my parish who waited 7 weeks for a GP visit now has pneumonia. The local population is being added to relentlessly outstripping our services, putting lives at risk. The consequences of increasing the population of the east of our town by the same magnitude of Woollavington and Puritan combined must be taken seriously. It is preposterous that Hanik Homes can walk away with massive profits, giving crumbs to our residents, while the fallout yet again must be made by the public purse. We were not consulted with the additional numbers proposed in the local adopted plan. Data used from Air Quality Annual Status Report 2020 is misleading, out of date, and does not model for the inevitable massive increase in construction vehicle movements. Only annual average levels were demonstrated for some pollutants known to be detrimental to human health against guidance from National Air Quality Objective recommendations, with no peak monitoring of areas likely to be affected by standing traffic, nor is there any monitoring data from standing traffic on the NHS, on the M5 rather. You have a duty of care, and I urge you to reject this proposal without coercion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Mander. If you'd like to come forward, speaking on behalf of the Town Council. Okay, Mr. Mander, start.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Bridgewater Town Council Planning Panel, and we strongly object to this application for a number of reasons. And there has been a number of references to the local plan, but the local plan sets out certain principles, one of which is a sustainable development principle. This requires the planning authority to mitigate the causes of climate change while improving the conditions of those communities already sustainable, such as Bridgewater, and the development must minimise the need to travel and encourage public transport. This, which is connected to a site. This site is not connected to any public transport. In fact, fairly recently, back in June, the bus route which covered the Bridge estate was removed. And together with the fact that the bus recovery grant, which the government has given to help sustain bus routes, is being withdrawn at the end of March, the chances are there's going to be less public transport to this site, which will increase the vehicle movements in and out. And I find that the reference earlier to addressing the mini roundabout at St John Street and Western Zoyland Road is quite laughable. How can this be achieved without demolishing half a dozen houses? That is a pinch point. You've got Victorian rail bridge over the Western Zoyland Road, which is another pinch point. So this is going to put increased pressure on the road, the main route into Bridgewater from Western Zoyland. And I don't think that 800,000 plus will address that in any way. And I think you need to acknowledge that and also accept that actually 1,600 rather than initial 1,200 is too many. The roads will not sustain this. And this is, I think, one good reason for refusal amongst others. The other main issue that the Town Council has is its concern about the provision of affordable housing. And it's clear that the policy B3, which I think is 30% on sites, has been in existence for over 10 years now. So developers and landowners know what the expectations are. They should be designing their developments to achieve those numbers. And I'm sorry to say, but it does seem to be a way that things are going now, that too often developers shout jump, and our planning colleagues will often say how high. It's just not acceptable. So I think from the fact this site is not addressing the issue of public transport, is increasing pressure on the highways, and has failed to meet the 30% affordable housing. For these points alone, I would urge this committee to refuse this application.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Rodriguez, if you'd like to come forward. Again, good morning. You'll see the time on the clock, Councillor. Start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. At the previous meeting, planning officers advised caution on rejecting this application without reasonable ground in case it went to appeal. I want to give members 2 reasonable grounds for rejection. Policy B3 of the local plan outlines 1,200 homes for East Bridgewater. The design principle outlines some 1,350. Officers at the last meeting referred to the inspector saying that this wouldn't require the local plan to be amended. The total allocation is now around 1,600 homes. We know this because the new application's in the system. So what does the inspector have to say about amending the local plan now that the total allocation is 33% more than set out in that local plan? This site is being overdeveloped and contributing to the overall increase in property numbers, which is unacceptable. Members, in my view, rejecting this application on the grounds that it does not comply with policy B3, nor the design principles document, is the right thing to do. All your applications are in for East Bridgewater. The evidence is there. Secondly, policy DC of the local plan requires 30% affordable housing subject to viability. The reduction was proposed for 10%. And may I just remind members that following that, Sedgemoor Council conducted its own independent viability appraisal, which put forward its opinion. It said that 30% wasn't viable. Yes, that 10% was viable, but it also said, and I quote, that the scheme is viable with 20% affordable housing. What's the point of Sedgemoor conducting its own independent appraisal if this committee chooses to disregard it? We've over 13,000 families registered on Home Finder looking for an affordable home, 3,200 of which are registered in Sedgemoor. And as we all know, that number continues to grow. Twice at the last meeting, Chairman, Officer De Vries claimed that the 10% allocation had been accepted by the affordable housing manager. That was untrue and misleading. He actually refers to it, and did refer to it, as a mere 10%. So it's concerning to me that an officer would frame comments in a misleading manner, which could have had an impact on a decision-making process in that committee. Members, you are the decision makers here. I've no doubt that officers will come back with X, Y, Z as to why 20% isn't affordable. But members, I ask you to stick to that 20% affordable housing. It's backed by your own independent viability appraisal. That allows you to reject this application on the grounds that it does not comply with policy D6. Members, finally, I ask you to do the right thing for the 13,000 families that are desperate to move into an affordable home and reject this application.
Well done. Thank you. And our final speaker, Phil Jones, if you'd like to come forward, please. Again, just to remind you, you've got 3 minutes. You'll see the time on the clock and start when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Following the committee's decision to defer this application in November last year, the applicant has collaborated with officers to provide the additional information sought. This information addressed the concerns raised relating to the impacts of the proposed development on the NHS and healthcare infrastructure, the potential for noise and air pollution to affect the residents of the development, and the impact of traffic on the local highway network. The applicant has provided additional information to cover all of the above matters, and the council has consulted with relevant experts. The responses confirmed that there were no unacceptable effects and no objections from the consultees, who have carefully reconsidered these items at the request of the committee. The applicant also listened to the views expressed by members of the committee in November and has taken the decision to reduce the total number of homes at Follett's Farm from 560 to 530. The effects of the development have been assessed at up to 560 homes and found to be acceptable at that number. So this reduction will only help by generally reducing the effects of the development. The applicant has taken that decision as a concession to the views of the local community and the members of the committee, and we hope that the reduction is recognised as a welcome response to the concerns that have been raised. The development will provide new homes for those who need them, including over 50 affordable homes. It is important that the housing needs of local people are also represented and considered in the decision that's reached today. We thank officers for their work and on the application. We are grateful to the committee for your careful consideration of the proposal. We trust that the additional information provided alongside the reduction in the number of homes will allow you to follow the recommendation of your officers and resolve to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, before I come to member, there are obviously a number of points that were raised by our speakers. Mr. Noon, is there anything you want to address before I come to members?
Yeah, yes, if I could, Chairman. In terms of a couple of the issues that were raised, I appreciate the position the NHS have taken is a difficult one. Just to give members and maybe the audience as well sort of background as how they approach this sort of thing. The one thing they can't do is pay for staffing out of developer contributions. If the infrastructure is lacking, so it's such that, for example, you need a new ward at the hospital because the size of the development is going to generate that many patients. That is a reasonable request. In terms of the GP services, they are identified, the surgeries are identified as having the physical capacity to accommodate that. So they are not asking for contribution to build a new consulting room. I appreciate there is a huge difficulty in recruiting doctors and health workers, but that is not something a developer can reasonably be expected to contribute towards. The funding of that sort of thing is, I believe, on a per patient basis that the GP surgeries get. It is deeply regrettable that there is a crisis in recruitment in the NHS. That is not the fault of any one individual developer. That is something to be dealt with elsewhere. That is why there is no education, no NHS contribution. Apologies. So just really as a clarification from that, I appreciate the comments made by the Town Council about the difficulty of sorting out that roundabout by the railway station. And it may be that a really big picture is needed to be looked at. But if we don't get the contribution from the developer, that's gone. We know only one opportunity to get that. So we are not expecting this development or any one development to fund the entirety of that improvement. But you need the money because it is an existing problem. We can't expect a developer to put right an existing problem. They can contribute to putting it right where they add to the problem. And that's the approach being taken here. Fully accept that 883,000 will not sort that thing out, but it will contribute towards it. That is the approach that we are taking. In terms of the increased numbers, Councillor spoke, the local plan, the figure in that says 1,200. The inspector said, you know, I cannot fundamentally change that at this late stage, but it does say about, and there is a process by which applications can test that. It is not a ceiling on the development of this site, and members will have to come to a judgment on that. But the thing to focus on this application doesn't take us over the overall number. So, you know, it's not exceeding 1,200. It's not exceeding 1,350, this application. So that's quite a difficult thing to deal with on this particular application. In terms of the viability is something that there will be a lot of opinions on. The developer's costs have been agreed. The developer's profit has been accepted at, I think, 14.92%. In my experience, that's quite low. Anything up to 30, depending on the circumstances. A secure allocated site, in terms of risk assessment financially, that's a better a lower risk, and therefore a lower profit can be accepted. A very high risk site that is a challenge all the way through, that might be at 30%. So there's a range of profit margins for individual developers. This one has come on the low side, in my experience, at 15, just under 15%. That is quite reasonable industry standard approach. I think we'd be very difficult to say that the developer is taking too much profit. The other bit of the viability is how much is the land worth? And in this instance, you know, it's page 91. I've got a table in my report setting out how, you know, these costs were all sort of, they all played out in the viability discussions. So we have agreed that there is, 6 million, just over 6 million is a reasonable cost, a land acquisition cost. That's based on an approach known as existing use value plus. So you agree what the existing use is, agriculture. What's that worth? £8,000 per acre. And what's the uplift to the landowner? What's the reasonable uplift to persuade them to sell? And it's that multiplier that has come into play, which is why the valuations there are different valuations out there and how much is available in there. We took advice. Our valuer said, well, actually, there should be less for the landowner. And that's what generated what he suggested could be 20% affordable housing. So I think that he was suggesting that land value was nearer 4 million. We're also mindful of how we have approached other viability debates. And in particular at Cokerhurst, that went through with lower than policy affordable housing. And at that case, we accepted that this figure of 14.325 times the existing use value, that was the appropriate uplift. Now we would have to, if we wanted to depart from that, we'd have to explain why we are jumping around saying, well, hang on a moment, existing use value plus is quite a straightforward approach. You know, how much uplift what does a landowner should they be entitled to based on the grant of planning permission? Now, if we've said over there it's 14.25, but over here it's only 10, well, we're very inconsistent. So we have that is why we've got from this 20%, if you accept a lower value to the landowner, to 10% affordable housing, because we've said, as a council, we think we should be consistent on this. And that explains the difference. We did acknowledge that the Cokerhurst land was more valuable as agricultural land. It's better land. So this one has a slightly lower existing use value of £8,000 per acre. But we've said, as a point of consistency, we should say the same uplift applies. So that's how we got from the 20% affordable housing to the 10%. So yeah, a lot of people have opinions as to how much profit developers should make, how much the landowner should get, but these things are worked out through appeals, and we've seen, this is not inconsistent with appeal decisions elsewhere in terms of those rates of profit and that rate of land value to the landowner. So just to explain how we are there, it's not that we ignored the advice, it's we considered it in the round, in the bigger picture, in light of other decisions made by this council. That was my point. The buses issue, difficult one, I appreciate that. If there aren't buses, well, what's going to get more, but what might tempt a bus company to run a bus service? More customers. So, that is, the fact that the bus companies aren't running buses to here doesn't make it an inherently unsustainable location. We have allocated it. We chose this site as the council as one of our 2 allocations for the growth of Bridgewater. I think to now turn around and say that's the wrong place because there isn't a bus service would be again, it's a consistency issue. Why do we suddenly now say this is the wrong place because the bus company isn't doing what it used to do or isn't doing what we expected it to do? So I think but fully take on board that point made by the town council. In terms of development elsewhere, pushing up closer to the M5, yes, there may have been 20 years ago, 30 years ago, an expectation that Bridgewater would stop growing at Bower Lane, Dunweir Lane. But through the evolution of the local plan, those things are reviewed. There isn't a never on the edge of Bridgewater. You know, there will always be a need for a bit more growth somewhere, and things that were we thought were set in sand may be reviewed through local plan iterations. That's what's happened here. You know, what was the line in the sand has been reviewed. So there's nothing sinister or underhand about that. It was the plan I'm showing here is always the one that has been put through the local plan and is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, members, you heard obviously the comments from the speakers. I'm sorry, we can't take speakers from the floor, and as I say, we will now be coming to members to. No, I'm sorry, we cannot take speakers from the floor. We've had the speakers who had registered. I understand that you may have not been able to register, but we have had the speakers who were registered. We now need to come to the debate, and I'm sorry, madam, we will have to we need to move on the debate. If you don't wish to remain within the room, that's a choice that you can make. But if you do want to remain within the room, please allow members now to have their say and discuss and decide on the application. Thank you. Right, members, are there any comments, questions that members wish to raise? We'll start with Councillor Pearce. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll kick off. When the local plan was produced some 12 or so years ago, it was acknowledged that there would be a need for increased housing within the town, and as can be seen, this site was identified. So it's a really important site for potential future growth and for the people who will be living on its doorstep. So for us making decisions, we need to make sure that this important site is as good as it can be. And to say the application before us is a disappointment is an understatement, because it's important that this site complies with our own policies, and this seems to fail on a few key policies, including B3 overdevelopment. I mean, we're looking at phase 1. If we accept an increase on the number originally agreed, to me it sets a precedent for stage 2, which is not helpful. In terms of complying with policy D6, affordable housing, you know, as has been said, there are numbers on the homelessness register. It's important we provide housing, but for us to accept on such an important site as this a reduction in our own policies requirements, I cannot understand. It's been said that there's provision for review later on policy on the provision proposed, but I can't understand why a developer would agree to increase the provision of affordable housing if we've already agreed at a certain level. Policy D13, sustainable transport. I mean, Bridgewater is already a bottleneck, and without the proper and wider strategic mitigations in place, I cannot see how how much more has got to be loaded onto the town before a proper strategic overview is produced for us then to be more comfortable with agreeing applications such as this. And on top of that, a reduced SIL does seem to be adding insult to injury. So I have massive problems with this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The one comment I would make, Councillor Pearce, in terms of the uplift, obviously, as members will be aware and members of the public may well be, it is normal that we do put an uplift clause in where we do reduce the level of affordable housing. The reason it's done is so that there is an assumption as to what the costs and what the income will be from this site, and that's what these figures are based on. As the thing is built out, and when it gets to the end, it's not assumptions, we have the figures and we have the agreement that there's an open book, so we can see whether in fact those assumptions were made. So this in effect sets a baseline. This is the minimum. If they make more money from the site than was proposed in these figures, that's where we claw back that money, and that then goes into the affordable housing. So that is certainly a practice that has happened on a number of sites and has seen development come forward on that basis. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. Still have grave concerns of this application. Back last time when we heard this, we had a second application following it, which was also in my ward in Middlesex. And they, on that application, it was for 26 homes, and they were expecting to provide a contribution to the NHS of £19,000. And my constituents in Middlesex would be served by the same GPs as what these homes here will be. So it seems strange to me how 26 homes have to provide or should have provided a £19,000 contribution, but we see 530 homes here not having to supply any money. Also, I don't understand why we have to take in consideration about the developers' profit. We're always told we shouldn't be worried about the developers' profit here at the planning, and now today we're being told we need to worry. They're only taking 14% or nearly 15% profit. I'm sure the people living around there aren't worried about the profit. They're worried about what's best for their area. I was elected to represent the area. I wasn't represented to represent the developers and how much profit they're going to get. I'm represented the people. I've lost my. And also in regards to the the free story, and that on, I believe it was page 23 of the design principle document, it states that there should be up to 2.5 story properties, but now you're saying there could be 3 stories. But can we guarantee if this does get passed that there will be no 3 stories and the maximum will be 2.5? Can we put a clause in there if it was passed that there would only be 2.5 stories and not 3-story buildings?
Again, just before I come to Mr. Noon, on the first point you raised, which I do understand the issue relating to developers' profits, and no, we're not here to talk about developers' profits. What we do have, though, is a responsibility as part of the planning to take into account on any site the viability of that site, and on that basis, that's where we've had this independent review to see whether the figures that are being put forward show that viability, because any site has to be viable for it to come forward. This is an allocated site, which is part of our 5-year land supply, and so therefore it's something that we should be working to see to come forward. That's why we've got the viability test to see whether or not the figures that are being put forward are right, and you've heard the figures given to us today and within the report as to how that viability is done. So again, it's not out of the ordinary that we have to take into account viability as to what happens on these larger sites. Mr. Noon, did you want to come back on the other question?
Yes, it is certainly possible to put a condition on that says no more than 2.5 story. It's not necessary in that we haven't seen the layout, design and layout. We know that what was initially suggested as a predominant or wholly 3-story along the motorway, we now know that that is not necessary as a wholly 3-story. That's not to say that a 3-story building somewhere on the site may not come forward. And if that is wholly unacceptable in its visual impact, we could reject it at the reserve matter stage. So I would urge a little bit of caution on that. Not saying you can't, but I don't think it's a deal breaker, because we get that second bite at the cherry if we don't like it when it comes forward, and if we think that 3-story building serves no acoustic screening purpose and looks awful, we reject it at that stage. But it's not, if that's something that members insist on, it's possible.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Scott and then Councillor Hendry. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I can share the sort of opinions that people have actually made. I am concerned about the affordable housing being reduced to 10% because I think it will set a precedent. I know we have had cases in the past where we will sort of review it as the development gets built out and sold. But there was a requirement, there is a requirement to provide more affordable housing, and there is the need in Bridgewater and the surrounding area. Also, I'm really concerned about the access to this development, because the main road that they will use will be the Western Zoyland Road coming back into St John Street. And although the Highway Authority has been promised an £800,000 fee, I can't see that that will go very far, because it has got physical constraints along that road, which will mean that a lot of the traffic will go through the Bower Lane onto the Bath Road, isn't it? And then on to the motorway. I do think there needs to be an overview, as mentioned by Councillor Pearce, about the strategy in Bridgewater, about the transport here. I don't live in Bridgewater, but I had to go to Bridgewater Hospital the other day, take my husband there, and it's a very good service that they offer, but they are under pressure. And by building extra houses, I think this all needs to be looked at as an overall strategy for Bridgewater. We've increased the population here in the area by a huge amount very quickly. But before we go on, obviously it's been said that this was allocated in the local plan at 1,200 houses. And although the 1,600 that is possibly being proposed, yet we haven't got the 750 coming forward. I mean, presumably we could reduce that down to 300, but the developer at that end of the place won't be very happy if they've got an allocation for 750 that is then cut to 300. So I do think we need to look at this in a more roundabout way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. DeVries.
I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points that have been raised by a couple of the members. So in terms of the allocation as a whole, has some of the bits of the allocation have consent. This bit's before members at the moment for 530, and there is another final stage coming forward, which is proposing to be for 750. When it was before members in November, it was for 560. The highway comments that you've had back are raising no highway safety issues with it, and it has been reduced by 30 since. So the comments that have been raised by the technical consultees on highway safety matters are raising no objection to 560. Notwithstanding that, the developer did hear the concerns raised in the last meeting and did offer a reduction of 30 units. In addition to the additional information members wanted in terms of sensitivity testing because of the potential uplift, they've already looked at the testing that their additional numbers gave the potential 1,200, which was submitted for the last application. In the last 3 months, they've also looked at the other junctions. The two main junctions serving this site can accommodate for the increased traffic. There are other junctions in Bridgewater that can't. That's an existing capacity problem, and it will be made worse by the development, which is why there's a contribution. But without a contribution, there is no plan currently to fix those capacity junctions. There are other projects that are also progressing around Bridgewater, as Adrian referred to in the presentation, and I'm sure it would be looked at in terms of a collaborative approach in terms of managing traffic impact for the site. So they have reduced by 30 since the last committee. They have looked at the modelling for the junction, and the county highways officers are still satisfied that it's safe from a highway safety perspective. Just in terms of the NHS, if members wanted to have a look at page 51 of Adrian's report, it does give a verbatim quote from the NHS partnership, who we consult on planning applications. So when it came before members last time, they hadn't been consulted, they hadn't requested any contribution. We went back from the committee in November and said this was a concern for members. So, given the scale of development, given the location, are there any issues? Would you be seeking a contribution? They've confirmed through that comment that they wouldn't. And in terms of viability, it is unfortunately fairly standard that if developers can't meet what the local plan requirements are, they put in a viability appraisal. So that shows us the bare bones of what's agreed in terms of developer profit, land value, construction costs, and everything like that. When they finish, we say to them, you know, there are financial contributions that you need to provide as part of this development, including quite a substantial primary school contribution, highway improvements, as referred to previously, Dumble improvements that may be covered in an alternative way, and construction of a roundabout, which may be constructed by another party. So if the roundabout or if the Dumble elements are constructed differently, that money comes back into the project, which is why there's a viability clause to then say, what did you actually spend? What was the actual bill of building the development? What did you actually get from it? And what's the profit? And if it suddenly jumped up, we take that for affordable housing. So that's why the viability clause is in there. If through construction it turns out differently to what they've anticipated, if it's an uplift, we get that back for affordable housing. But unfortunately, that is fairly standard practice for larger projects because they do tend to have quite a few infrastructure demands on them. I think that was it, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Priest, you know how the council and okay, thank you very much. Councillor, Mr. Priest, I'm sorry if you if that's your choice. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hendry, you indicated. Yep. Councillor Hendry. Thank you.
I'm not listened to. I feel I've not been listened to. And that is wrong. You are supposed to work for us, not the other way around.
Thank you.
Consideration will be made for the people that live in the area.
Okay. Councillor Hendry, carry on, please.
Thank you, Chair, councillors and members of the public. I don't actually have too much to say about this. It's been up before us, a big debate at the time. Read the paperwork as I would always do, and I mean, come through. It was deferred back. A few points had to be ironed out: ecology, noise, highways, NHS, that kind of thing. As far as I can see, everything has been dealt with and it's been ironed out to the satisfaction of the case officers and SDC in general. Generally speaking, we need houses in this town. There is no doubt about that. Where they're built, well, that remains to be seen because not everyone's in the same place. But yes, we do need the houses. We're only asked to decide. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. We're only asked to actually speak about and decide what's here on the table. We've had this so many times before, and not what's projected for the future. So what we're dealing with today is the 530 houses on this particular site, and not what may be on phase 2 or anything else. I have been informed, by the way, that there's a proposed shop on phase 2, maybe to come with other amenities. Who knows? But again, that's for the next one. The landscaping of the bund within the S106. Everything on that particular with the 106, S106 has been dealt with and it's been acceptable to everybody who's new. On the site, I think I'm right in saying there's a NEEP with a mugger built in. There's a further 2 leaps and a lap, local area of play, equipped area of play, multi-use games area. Sorry, apologise, sorry. Okay. It's a reserved matters application, so the actual houses, etc., have not been decided yet. That's still to come at a later date. When this came up before us, I voted to actually go with it. And at this moment, what I've seen so far with all the improvements and the agenda and what we have here, I haven't changed my mind. Thank you, Chairman. Councillor.
Thank you. All of the councillors who are sat at this table all live within Sedgemoor. They all represent the area, and we all have developments across the patch. We are here to deal with the merits of a particular application. Whether you particularly live in a ward or not is not part of that. I've got a number of other people who've indicated, Councillor Bolt, I think, and then Councillor Murphy and Councillor Richards. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. I think it's been said that a lot of the things that we raised about the deferral have been covered. The one thing that did come up today was how much recognition there is to do with the problem with the traffic and transport. And I think Councillor Pearce made the comment with regards to policy D13, and reading it, it's quite specific. You know, anything needs to be compatible with the existing transport infrastructure. If not, provision should be made where necessary for improvements to infrastructure to enable the development to proceed. Now, to me, that's saying that it should be done before we pass anything like this. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Mr. Brinkman from the County Highways.
Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me?
Sorry. No, you can. Hold on. It's just about. Try again.
Hello. Yes. Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, sorry. The Highway Authority has been consistent in its approach to the application insofar as we worked with the applicant from the very start on terms of modelling and from the very first scoping study we produced. In terms of the effect of the project, if you like, on the larger, wider part of the town, the eastern side and the remainder of the town, obviously no objection was raised at the local plan by the Highway Authority to the application being allocated. It talks about obviously a spine road and other measures being put in place to provide the appropriate infrastructure. So what's happened is over time, the developers proposed a number of alterations and additional information, which we've looked at in detail and we've assessed fully. And we have come to the conclusion that, you know, subject to these off-site improvements, and we can live with the development as it stands, and we therefore are not objecting to the application. The off-site junction improvements are it's 800 and something thousand pounds towards a number of measures, sorry, that will happen over time. It's obviously the next site we get, the next one, which we will yet to see, by the way, the Highway Authority. So we're not aware of any information regarding that application, but certainly there will be a contribution from that site as well. And those contributions will be packaged together to enable works to take place in and around the area and on the main routes to increase reduce congestion where possible, and also to increase such things as active travel, peds and cycles, those sorts of things, trying to get people out of the car, because currently I think the census data is saying about 72% of people in Bridgewater drive by a single occupancy vehicle. So there is an opportunity to increase that number. The larger allocation looks at Bower Lane. It looks at turning it into a green lane, downgrading it so that peds and cycles can use that safely. It will still retain access to the existing properties that are down there, the houses and the pub and the other places there, and the little private road on the left as you go up. So they would be retained. So overall, this development it's policy compliant as far as we're concerned. And what the developer did by providing the latest set of information is just clarified what had been provided before. There was no new information provided recently by AWP. It was just a clarification issue, and it looked at those off-site junctions and assessed those. And the overall impact is small, but what you have to weigh that up against is the existing congestion on the network. So, and the developer, obviously, we can only deal with one application at a time. We're not allowed to group applications together, so we take everyone on its own merits. But these overall impacts are quite small, and we feel that with the money that's being put forward and the other works that are going on in Bridgewater, the overall impact of this development would be acceptable to the Highway Authority.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt. Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, thank you. I'm now back on. I'm not sure if county highways have a different policy schedule to what we're working to. The D13 is quite specific with regards to development to infrastructure to enable development. And it's just the wording there that I'm hoping that the planning officers might be able to help me with.
Mrs. DeVries.
I think in terms of the policy you're looking at, I'm assuming it's D13, is it? Yeah, so the bit you're looking at is proposals will be compatible with existing transport infrastructure, or if not, provision shall be made where necessary for improvements to infrastructure to enable development to proceed. So it's that section. So through the modelling, the either end of the location of the site is considered to be acceptable and would stand up to the application site and the increased size of it. It's the wider network that would struggle. And in that respect, there's a contribution being taken towards fixing it. So there is a contribution being taken from the developer to amend that infrastructure, to allow that infrastructure to accommodate for the growth. But the timing that you mentioned earlier, the timing is something that isn't within the control of the planning authority. We can take the contribution. Obviously, county highways are present for the debate. They can hear all the concerns from residents in terms of the urgency of any of those particular works, but they all get factored into delivery outside of the planning system. So we can take a contribution towards it, which in policy tests would meet the test of policy because they are providing funds to address the infrastructure. What we can't do is trigger the timing of delivery because that's outside of the planning process.
Mr. Brinkman.
Yes, Chairman, if I'll amplify what Mr. Freeze says. I obviously we as a high authority, we do look at modelling around the area. Not me personally, because I deal with planning applications, but certainly there is a project. There are groups of within the council who look at modelling and the overall impacts. There's a thing called the Saturn model that looks at how modelling works in the area and where traffic is going. A lot of it's based on census data as well, but the overall infrastructure, going back to the infrastructure question, obviously the roundabout on the A372 is about £1 million worth of infrastructure. It might be, well, it looks like it's going to be provided by Countryside Homes on to the north, as they've got very close to technical approval on that. But there's obviously a fallback position. If they mothballed their site suddenly and closed it down, then this site would come forward and provide that roundabout. And then the Countryside site would need to tie in with the Follett's Farms site. So, and then to the north, the hospital roundabout, if you like, the one on the A39, it does trip over, and there is an improvement scheme that's proposed to improve that, to enable the increase in traffic that heads north to be accommodated on that roundabout in an enlarged form. So there are changes to that roundabout which were required as part of this scheme. They're all being included in the information from AWP, the highway consultants that the applicants have been using. So those two roundabouts, if you like, are new. The remainder of the site, if you like, it will depend on the next application. That will obviously show more impacts elsewhere in the town, and then we'll have a better idea of how we can funnel that money, those funds, in towards the correct areas and locations. Maybe there is an active travel cycling strategy which does look at Bower Lane being turned into a ped cycle link, a quiet lane, if you like. So the overall allocation does accord with that. That's that ambition of the Highway Authority. So there is a larger picture, but there are the LTP is being rewritten as we speak. That will be produced in, I believe, in the spring or later in the year. So it's ongoing, if you like, work ongoing. And these contributions can be grouped together, and they can be targeted at certain areas in the town as necessary.
Thank you. One last time, Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just a little bit concerned in the fact that it says to enable the development, that this is me reading it, to proceed, it should be in place. That's how I'm reading it. That's how I'm understanding it. I'm trying to get that bit answered.
In terms of timing, this is an outline application. So the outline application has a time frame of 5 years. So within, I can't remember, it's 2 years you have to submit reserve matters and then build out within 3. So potentially they might not start construction on site until 5 years' time. maybe. They still have to submit approval of reserved matters. So that isn't in because they can't submit that until we've dealt with this application and dealt with the legal agreement for this application. We can trigger the payment early on the outline application. So it could be at point of commencement if we consider that's reasonable. If we know there's a site we want to target it to get delivery up front. So in terms of timing, there is a gap between the point where we make resolution here at committee to even issuing this decision, because we need to take it through the legal agreement process, to then approval of reserve matters and then commencement on site. So resolution today will not mean commencement on site tomorrow. And the funds that come through the 106 can be triggered to be early in terms of payment if there's a scheme for it to be delivered towards.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Riches. If you could make the microphone, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. Please excuse me, I'm just recovering from a cold. I'm really, like all the rest of us, I'm very, very disheartened by this business of viability in the last moments of people coming backwards to say, we agreed to do something and we're not going to do it. I mean, I think Councillor Rodriguez was very eloquent when he said 13,000 are waiting for affordable homes and 3,200 are in Sedgemoor. And here we are arguing about only a few houses. And we should argue because I mean, this idea of reducing and reducing and reducing, I love the idea of going back up to 20% and having a go at it. And I think we should do that before we do anything. We should defer to actually try and get to 20% because we are setting a precedent. I think other councillors said the same thing, setting a precedent which is very dangerous. Admittedly, I do accept that raw materials have exponentially increased and no one could have predicted those. I have heard people talking about, prices leaping and having to pay more than a 75% increase on the land prices because of the build cost. And, there's a lot to that. But if a contract is made and a contract is kept, is expressed for a number of affordable houses, in my opinion, that either should be compromised in our favour or not agreed at all. That's the first thing. I know. The second thing I'm really deeply concerned about, and I said this the last time this thing came up, I don't think people who actually make predictions or comments about traffic on the M5 actually live here. I don't think they do. I mean, travelling up and down as a councillor, going to county council, for example, you have got to understand that they may well be a very long period of sitting trapped between two junctions, not able to move at all. And they don't talk about standing traffic. They talk about traffic doing 10 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour. It's not like that. And what we understand is after doing studies, for example, on what they call them, transformers, generators, not transformers, generators. I was particularly looking at generators that were on floats and generators that were from sites. Apparently, generators are one of the biggest generators, and diesel cars, diesel trucks are one of the biggest polluters in the country. And also, we're not talking about polluting immediately. We're talking about sitting above in a cloud for weeks, unless the wind comes and blows it one way or another. So you have got, I mean, we are coming into a time in our history, when carbon zero is a very big issue. We might have not thought it was really something to worry about, but we are being told time and time again by experts that we have to get rid of diesel cars. We have to stop all this pollution, and it's to do with respiratory problems, people with respiratory problems. And you know what you've said is very interesting. You said, and Mr. Noon said, I'm sorry to pick you up, an excellent officer, by the way. You've heard the detail he's come up with, absolutely excellent. but he did come up with the words triple glazing. Triple glazing, Adrian, you came up with, sir. And according to what you've told us here, there's no such thing as triple glazing on this site. There's double glazing. And what they've done is they're going to put in what they call an acoustic glass. Now, you know, I've not heard of an acoustic glass. Does that mean it's thicker, or is it, you know, what is it? Does it, what, an acoustic glass? You maybe reply to me. And I don't think there is any protection. There's no triple glazing. When you said triple glazing, I mean, I've visited Sweden and Denmark. All their houses are triple glazed because the bloody place is really freezing in the winter. And they've got to really keep the heat in. And they're very conscious of, and they were the ones who invented duvets. And you're lying under a duvet and you've got triple glazing, you've got the heat banging out. It's no problem. But in our buildings and our estates that we are building, there is no sign of triple glazing, sir. And I would have to take you up on that. And I don't think they've done that. What they've done is a double glazing, fair. But what is an acoustic glass? I'm not sure if that's fair. The second thing or third thing is I'm a great believer in acoustic bunds and acoustic fences. And they initially said it was a 7-meter acoustic fence, and my heart leapt again. At last, we're getting towards 10 and 12 meters. No, 7 meters, 4 point something of it is an acoustic bund, an acoustic fence, and the rest is just a fence. Now, a fence is not going to do anything to protect the people there. So I'm not saying these are things that would be, in actual fact, would maybe kill a complete development, but putting these things together, they are sufficiently important to correct. They have to be, in my opinion, corrected before we can give planning go ahead. That's just a suggestion from me. I mean, there are other things. I'm going to pass on to my colleague here because there are other things which are on my paper, but I don't want to bring them up just at this point. I'll reserve the right to come back if necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Riches.
Thank you, Chair. I also, like a number of the previous speakers, remain rather concerned about the low numbers of affordable housing here, and I do understand. I thank you for all the calculations you've given us, but I do think we need to try and move nearer to the 20%. I'm not quite sure what the teeth are with imposing additional affordable houses once the build has been done, but you know, I take it that they are there, and I accept they are there. What I would also, having listened a lot about the effects of traffic throughout the Bridgewater area and the strategies that you will employ to get contributions towards that, I just want to go back briefly to some of the comments that were in the objections and the revised objections from councillors and the local councils about the immediate neighbourhoods. And there's reference to the possibility of this creating rat runs or cut-throughs, as they call it, in the area called Silver Springs Estate and Bridge Estate. And I would be interested in some commentary from the officers about the potential for that happening and the potential for any mitigation, perhaps. Just to, you know, I'd like those concerns addressed, please. Thank you.
Mr. Noon, and then
I think.
No.
Sorry, I was just going to come back on the air quality and noise issues raised by Councillor Murphy, and then I'll pass on to Adrian for the highway issues. In terms of air quality and noise, on page 55, you've got the response from the environmental health officer. So they are qualified officers to consider air quality impacts and noise quality impacts. So the conclusion on the air quality was that future occupants of the proposed scheme would not be exposed to pollutant concentrations above the relevant objective levels. Therefore, the effect of the proposed scheme with regards to new exposure to air quality is considered negligible, which is not significant. So it's not a reason for refusal in terms of degree of impact. Similarly for noise, they also said, therefore, I'm satisfied that that provided an appropriate design is put forward and the necessary mitigation measures are implemented, the development can proceed without adverse impact to human health from noise. So in terms of the mitigation measures that were mentioned, they were bullet pointed on page 54 of the report, and they are covered by condition. So conditions 10, 11 and 12 all refer to noise mitigation that's due to be undertaken in accordance with the details that have been provided by Environmental Health. So on that basis, officers think we have evidence that subject to the conditions, and we are encouraged to condition stuff if we can condition it to make it acceptable. It would be acceptable in terms of noise and air pollution. So I'll just pass to Adrian in terms of potential highway traffic impacts.
Yeah, apologies to Councillor Murphy about the reference to triple glazing. They're yeah, fair point. But there are specialist glazing options that do have noise mitigation measures routinely used, city centre development where there is a lot of background noise. And that is acknowledged as part of the noise strategy. In terms of the comments about potential rat running, I think this is possibly the best slide to show it on. But you can see to the south of Western Zoyland Road, you have a network of residential streets. There are opportunities to wriggle through that and come out on Western Zoyland Road further down, but obviously there is no alternative to going over the railway bridge. You've got to, everything has to rejoin before you get to the railway bridge. So there are some issues in there. Now, part and parcel of those off-site highways contributions may involve enhancing that that street network for cycling. And that may well have the effect of curtailing the rat running.
Adrian, just pause a minute. Again, we need to be able to hear what the officer is saying, please. So please allow us to hear. Mr. Newman.
So that wouldn't rule out that the rat running we could look to curtail that as part of enhancing the pedestrian and cycle opportunities. The other point, I suppose the other point, sort of sustainability has been mentioned, the proliferation of diesel and whatnot. Obviously, diesel cars are supposedly going to be no longer made or sold for sale in this country after 2030, I think the latest date is. Electric vehicles are emerging. There is a lot of work to be done on the infrastructure and battery technology there, but that's already got as far as building control regulations. Modern houses to comply with current Part L of the building regs need EV charging points. That will be looked at there. So these things are all moving outside of the planning system. On our point, as Dawn said, our environmental health officer has looked at this 3 or 4 times during the course of the application, and again in light of the updated information. There is a balance in some extent. There's a balance there, because the faster the traffic goes, the more efficient it is, and the less the air pollution, but the greater the noise. Slower the traffic, less the noise, potential for air pollution. We have looked at both. And the advice before you is from our environmental health officer. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mr. Brinkman, you wanted to comment on the highways?
Yes, Chairman. Yeah, if I could just add, as far as the potential rat running, obviously Bower Lane, we're looking to downgrade that to a green lane overall as the package of the overall allocation. So there will be restrictions to access except for access to the local property. So there will be prohibition of driving on parts of Bower Lane. In terms of Dunware Lane, obviously, it's all about, comes down to journey time, perhaps, and people zigzagging through the local estate, whether they would gain anything compared to waiting at the new roundabout on the A372, because that will operate within capacity, as we said before.
Thank you. Right, members, I'm going to be coming to look for a recommendation before too long, because we have had a good debate. All I would say to members is ultimately, whatever the recommendation is, we need to have planning reasons for that based on evidence. We at the last meeting deferred obviously for further information on a number of topics that was relating to health, relating to the highways, and relating to air quality and pollution and noise. You've had information back from the various experts from those fields in terms of the queries that were raised. As I say, any propositions that we have need to be based on reasons that are are supported by the evidence that we have. Councillor Betty, you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. Still going on about the highways, which I believe there will be issues. I mean, one way that could help mitigate some of the traffic is by putting in a link road to Squibbers Way. I mean, this will take transport away from Bridgewater and would link them straight out, well, just here on the doorstep here, and would link it right up to the motorway, which would stop people going through Bridgewater, which should limit some other traffic coming through. I mean, has this been thought about by the highways team of it?
Mr. Noon.
Okay. All I would say is the allocation doesn't include provision for that long-term planning for the medium to long term.
Mr. Brentland.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any not involved directly in those particular projects.
Okay. And again, Councillor Betty, as you know, we have to deal with the application that's in front of us based on the plans that we currently have, both by the applicant and our own local plan. Mr. Redding.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's just to provide a bit more information about that option of whether it's possible to join up Dunway Lane with Squibbers Way. It was something which was considered as part of local plan process. I believe it was looked at previously in the core strategy as well. Our allocations map, which I think Adrian's got a copy of on the PowerPoint somewhere, safeguards obviously Squibbers Way, which has been delivered. But in terms of actually providing a connection between Squibbers Way and Dunway Lane, there were significant concerns about the deliverability of that, not just in terms of the cost, in terms of crossing the power and the existing land ownership there, but also in terms of the ponds, in terms of being a county wildlife site and the impacts of that. So it's not something which was identified as part of bringing forward the allocation. And that is in the context of the inspector at the local plan examination time considering what was necessary in terms of highway mitigation to make the allocation acceptable and concluding that the site could go forward for allocation for a local plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I would like, as you said, the debate has been going on. Most councillors have spoken and I've listened to them, and I would like to move that we object to this application on policies B3 as overdevelopment of the site, D6 to do with affordable homes. It just doesn't sit right with me at 10%. We're in a cost of living crisis. We need more of these affordable homes. More people are going to be needing them as the cost of everything goes up. And also D13 sustainable transport, as my colleague to my left stated about that, which I read it the same way as him, is that the roadworks or the roads should be already in place before we approve any development.
Thank you. Ultimately, members, you would expect me to caution in the sense that in terms of the three issues you've raised, overdevelopment, you heard from our officers that it is in accordance with the local plan, and in fact at this stage doesn't take the numbers over the expected numbers. That will only happen when the next application comes in. In terms of the in terms of the affordable, you've heard the recommendation from our housing officer, which is that he is not in disagreement with the recommendation to grant based on having an uplift clause. And in terms of the sustainable transport, again, you've heard from our highways officers and our planning officers that the wording that is there allows for this on the basis that this is an outline application, that delivery will come forward in the future, and that funding is being made available to deal with other sites. So by all means, those are issues that you can put forward. But if we are looking to defend those, you have had evidence given to you from the officers that those are not reasons that potentially could be defendable. But that's something this committee will have to decide as to whether it goes down that route. I've also got Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Bolt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reply to the reply that was given to me by Officer Dawn de Vries, which was an excellent reply, and I thank you very much for her reply, in that she pointed out that there had been sufficient monitoring of the, I think, the noise and the pollution. And as far as I'm aware, it doesn't at any stage tell us when the monitoring was done, at what time of the year. We all know that, for example, if you do monitoring between in this part of the year, we don't tend to get as many stoppages in this part of the year as we do in the summer, when we've got masses of traffic coming down. They're all desperate to get to their destinations and sometimes bumping into each other. There's big problems, lots of stoppages, and that's where you get real serious pollution. Now, having said that, they did background research into it using automatic placed machinery at a time of year that we don't know. We don't even know how long it was for. Was it for a day? Was it for a week? What was it for? And not knowing what it was for, we can't judge it. We can't. They said it was it. From that, they did iterative design. I was asking my colleague, because I thought iterative, I always think it means something else, but he confirmed that that means desk research, desk design, desk modeling. They didn't, maybe not, but this is possibly something, he's getting the blame, but as far as iterative is concerned. But iterative design is not enough. We have to know what is the situation at the peak times, at the times when there's lots of stoppages. And that is not and I'm not suggesting for one moment that the people from the Environment Agency or the people who are doing this testing are inadequate. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, they're probably perfectly adequate. It's not from my place to criticize them. But I notice there's no data. No data. So we don't know what they're talking about. So I would just say to you, I am very concerned about that, about the policy. D24 is pollution, I believe. So maybe that would come into it. And D25 is residential amenity. I mean, we are talking about the residential amenity of people living in this area being subjected to pollution with a very low acoustic fence, with only double glazing to defend themselves. And it says here, most of the houses will be more than 2 stories. That's what it says in the thing here. They'll all be more than 2 stories. That's one of the defenses. Now, whether that's a defense, I would have said, crikey, if they're more than 2 stories and they've only got a 4-foot acoustic bund, a 4-meter acoustic bund, what defense have they got? None. So I would have said, if I was speaking in an appeal, I would be passionately making an appeal for the safety of the people living there. Thank you. I'm sorry to be so dramatic. I do apologize. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor Murphy. And as again, you mentioned obviously the environmental health officers who commented, who are the professionals who analyse these data, and the response we've had in terms of the 3-story buildings. I think the evidence we had from the officers was that, in fact, there was some proposal initially for 3-story against the road. The vast majority of the properties are 2-story, and it's now moved away from the 3-story even against the road. So there's certainly not a majority of 3-story buildings proposed at any point. Mr. Noon.
Could I just come back on a couple of those? Just by way of clarification, this is the heights parameters plan up there. The higher buildings would be concentrated along the eastern edge, the heavier pink colour. The remainder of that is all 2-story. So yes, there will be higher buildings along the motorway edge, but only in that area would they dominate. The other point on air quality. Now, without delving deep into the environmental statement, first point I would say is the environmental health officer, or our department, it's not one officer, it's the department, but they have liaised with the applicant. They have scoped out, this is an environmental impact assessment. Prior to submitting that with the application, there was a scoping exercise where developer comes to us, formal part of the planning process, referred to in the planning history. They say, we think this is potentially environmental impact assessment territory. What do we need to put in our environmental impact assessment, and how do we go about it? The chapters on air quality and noise have been reported on, based on measurements taken in accordance with agreed methodology. Today, right now, I don't have that exact where they put the monitoring and at what time of the year. But the crucial thing here is the noise limits are being expressed in terms of daytime noise. We're looking to achieve 16-hour averages, because it would be completely unreasonable, I hope everyone would agree, to refuse the application on the basis of the one idiot with a very loud motorbike who goes roaring past and creates a single noise incident. So that's why noise is measured in averages. So top of page 54, the noises, daytime noise, they're looking at achieving an average over the 16-hour daylight period. That might just be the summer, obviously, but of 55. So it's not about one point in time. It's an average. Nighttime is an 8-hour average of noise. So their measurements, they would have taken continuously. They would express them as an average. The same with the air quality issues. The air quality issues are expressed as annual averages. That, to my understanding, is the adopted process by which you assess that. So yes, it allows for, you know, one day of standing traffic on the M5 might have a different impact to the day when all the traffic goes past at a steady 60 to 70.
Okay.
So, you know, that's how we deal with that issue. It's not based on the one incident, it's an average.
Thank you.
And that's how the testing would have worked.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor Bolt, Councillor Grimes, and I'm going to look to move to a vote. So Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Just going back to the conversation I had about the delivery of the road improvements, I think Mr. Noon quite happily will agree that he raised the issue to do with where St John Street and the little roundabout there is a problem to us. Mr. Freeze has said that we can get the finances up front to deal with some of these problems. Is that something we can condition at this stage? I'm looking at policy S3, bottom of the paragraph, first paragraph.
Yeah, in terms of the heads terms, I think it's all on page 92 in terms of what's being secured in the 106. So that covers the financial amount that's being contributed towards off-site highway improvements. In the heads terms, it's specified as £883,445 to improve pedestrian cycle connectivity between the site and the town, and the highway improvements to Western Zoyland Road and St John Street, and other vehicle links to the town to the satisfaction of the development manager in consultation with highways. So is it that you wanted it triggered specifically?
Triggered before the any building takes place, is that
prior to commencement?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is something that could be conditioned.
It would be a contribution towards the authority at a trigger. I mean, you could say prior to first occupation, because it takes a lot of development when you're first constructing is the infrastructure and the road access. No traffic generation from the development itself would occur until occupation start.
Yeah, I believe that the main roundabout would be considered to be being built before any occupation or anything else. But it's obviously, there is a lot of concerns to do with the route into Bridgewater on a main aid road. That's trying to get all of this in place before we end up having the traffic problems.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we need to bring this to a conclusion. We've had a very thorough presentation on this application from the planning officers and very good reasons to reject this by the public. And I fully understand why this application is objected to. But we have to take all officers and statutory consultees' views very seriously on all applications to help us come to a decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, members, we have at the moment, I have one proposal that's been put forward, which at the moment is for refusal, based on the reasons of, I think it was B3, D6 and D13. Councillor Pearce, I'll come to you in just a moment. As I say, if members are minded to follow that route, that is the decision for the committee, but obviously you need to be aware of potential challenges, and we need to have defendable reasons. So Councillor Pearce. That is not coercion. Fine. Do you want to move it off the? That's fine. In terms of obviously any decision that is made, am I still? Yeah. In terms of any decision that's made by this committee, we have to be in a position to defend that decision should it come under challenge, and members need to be able to evidence that, because if we can't evidence it, were we to be challenged and we were to lose, then that could not only end up seeing the decision go the opposite way to what the committee has decided, but it could also see costs that ultimately will then sit on the residents, which will ultimately sit with the residents, because the council doesn't have money, it has residents' money, and so that is obviously a position that members always have to take into account on any decision we make at any application. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to second Councillor Betty's proposal to oppose. It gives me no pleasure doing this because homes are needed, but affordable homes are needed. And I hear what's said about potential uplift as time goes on and about Section 106 agreements, but I think most of us have had developments in our wards where the Section 106 agreements have been slow to materialise, and we've been placed in positions before which have been uncomfortable in that developments haven't met the expected affordable housing level. So in view of what's before us today within the report, I will second Councillor Betty for the policy reasons that he has stated.
Okay. I've got Stuart indicating to go with him over you. Mr. Howlett.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to say we sort of got to the same place we got to at the debate last time, and the issues, because I've got the notes from the meeting last time, and the issues that were raised were overdevelopment, and we sought the clarification that you've seen on the report that Adrian's presented today. The question that Mrs. de Vries raised at the time was, what is the harm of that? The affordable housing, again, we said you need to consider the policy position, but of course, open book negotiation and viability and deliverability are key factors in determining what that percentage is. And again, Mrs. de Vries posed the question, what evidence do members have? In terms of the highways work, again, we heard that the modelling had all been accepted. That was a point of deferral. We've come back with that clarification this time round. And again, all the statutory consultees agree with that information. So again, I have to pose the question, what's the harm? And the reason I say that is because we, in terms of defending the reasons for refusal, it's the next step. And I think given the seriousness of the situation, because this is an allocated site, we have to remember it's an allocated site in the council's own local plan. I think we just need to have further discussion about those reasons. Happy for Councillor Betty to give more information on the level of harm, but we absolutely do need to have strong, robust reasons in this situation.
Councillor Betty.
So policy D13 is obviously transport and movement. It clearly states that it should allow for a wide choice of modes of transport as a means of access to jobs, homes, leisure, recreation, services and facilities. Obviously, we have no buses to serve this area. We have limited disability access to this site from there. So I don't understand why I need to carry on with that one. And as I said, it does state in there that infrastructure should already necessary for improvements to infrastructure to enable development to proceed. So that to me should mean that the works on the road should already be done. I know we can put in a policy, but that doesn't mitigate that they won't be people in those homes. We've seen it before where that homes that are being lived in and there has been no highway issues. I mean, we have just stated that it's the public's money. Many of these public people here, my constituents here, money that will be spent on fighting the decision. And if it goes the other way, if it goes to appeal, it'd be their money. But I believe I was elected to represent these people, and I believe that by putting these through, I'm sure my constituents won't mind me saying if I need to spend their money, I'll spend their money fighting this decision.
Mrs. DeBreeze.
D13. So the point was raised that there's no buses. That's not something within the control of the developer. That's something within the control of the local authority. I accept that it may be a fact that there's no buses. This application is an outline application. So the only thing we're looking at is the access into the site and the principle that it could take up to 5:30. If we get the detailed layout, as part of the detailed layout, you would see pedestrian links, cycle links, connectivity within and through the site. We don't have that at this point because it's an outline application and it is up to 530. So if the detailed layout was too congested and members felt it was overdevelopment, it could be refused at that point at 5:30, or officers could negotiate it down to a lower number because it is up to 5:30. So given the statutory consultative responses we've got on highways, given the detailed accessibility plans would be covered through a later consent, I do have some concerns about that policy and the background to it. Sorry, Councillor.
Mr. Noon.
On the in regard to buses, highways, just to point out that there are bus routes running down Western Zoyland Road. There is one local little bus that comes from the hospital to the town centre that goes down through Somerville Road. So there is a bus in there. I don't know the frequency of it, but it is one of those things that arguably that off-site highways contribution, could include that sort of thing. We are unfortunately looking at a cul-de-sac elsewhere. Cokerhurst, we did get bus contribution. There was an opportunity to divert the bus into the site. Here, with a cul-de-sac arrangement, essentially, that would be more difficult. But I think it's wrong to say there are no buses.
Thanks. Can I just check with the three?
No one else has recommended any other vote. Can I just, because we've covered off the D13 one, can I just cover the other two? Yeah, so in terms of the three reasons given, Councillor Bessie, you just expanded on the D13, but the other one was the B3 and the D6 in terms of affordable homes. So the B3 in terms of overdevelopment, proportionately, if we were looking at the scale of this development being what it is, it should be 496. Yeah. So it's about 34 over what is expected. So 34 dwellings over what we would expect it to be if it was in proportion, because it has been reduced by 30 since the last committee. So my question to members, given the description is it's up to 530, if it's 34 over, is that scale so significant that you would be sustaining a refusal on overdevelopment of the site? And the second reason that you picked on was affordable homes, so D6. in D6, there is the ability to do a financial review in the event that the site is not financially viable. There has been an open book assessment. It was presented to members at the last meeting. It wasn't raised particularly as an issue in the last meeting, but it has been discussed at length through this meeting. So through the assumptions that have been put in, both parties agree you can deliver at least 10%. Some of the obligations in the 106 that are required through the 106 may be delivered through another route. If that's the case, there will be more money and that will go back into affordable housing. This approach is in accordance with the policy that we've got, and we have undertaken this approach for a number of sites, particularly, unfortunately, allocated sites. They do tend to have a higher infrastructure bill burden than other sites. This site, similar to Cokerhurst, has a direct primary school provision. Normally, that doesn't come through as a 106 obligation. Normally, that's covered by SIL, but as an allocated site, they are having to pay a substantial amount towards county education. So from an officer perspective, I would raise caution with the 3 conditions that you've picked in terms of recommending a refusal.
Ultimately, members, it sits with you. So Councillor Betty and Councillor Pearce, I think, was seconded. If I can have your final comments, and then we'll move to a vote. So Councillor Betty and then Councillor Pearce.
I stick by everything I've said at this meeting. I've listened to what the officers have said, but I just can't support this application with the reason I've stated. So I'm going to carry along with the recommendation I've made.
Councillor. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, I too stick with my seconding of this. Policy B3, 496 were agreed. This is up to 530, so it's over the amount originally agreed. 30% is our policy for affordable housing. It hasn't met that. And in terms of policy D13, it's my belief that the transport infrastructure proposed will not meet the mitigate against the proposed development.
Ultimately, members, as I say, we'll take the vote. In terms of the issues that have been raised, all members have heard the professional advice that they've had in terms of the margin of overdevelopment, the affordable housing, that it is within policy in the sense that we have a policy which allows for uplifts, and in terms of the sustainable transport, you've also heard the evidence as well. And then Mr. Howlett, and then I'm going to the vote.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry to delay you, Chairman, but I just did wonder if there was an alternative.
Excuse me, please. I'm sorry, there are officers of the council who have a role within this committee. I'm sorry. We are going to. It is right that members hear what the officers have said. I think the members are equally aware of the views of the members of the public who are here. Mr. Howlett, if you make your comments, then I will be taking the vote.
Like I say, all I was going to do, Chairman, was suggest an alternative based on the fact we've got concerns as officers in terms of the reasons I've put forward. The overdevelopment issue and the issue about the numbers and the fact it's 530 and not 496. Obviously, the applicants have already negotiated down from 560 before. We could, if members were minded, seek a deferral at this stage to go back and renegotiate that number with the developer and bring it back at a later date, if that would address the concern about overdevelopment. I'm putting it there for members.
Yeah, I think members have heard that. They are aware of the position, and I think we're where we are. I think that there are issues that members have obviously got if they wish to follow that route. I'm going to take I think on where we are now, which is we have the recommendation that has been put to refuse permission on those 3 grounds that have been outlined. Those in favour of that refusal, please show. And those against, please show. So that is lost. 5 votes for the refusal and 6 votes against. I'm therefore looking for an alternative proposal. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I would like to propose to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded? Councillor Kingham. So we then have the recommendation to grant permission as outlined in the report before you. Councillor Bolt.
Will that include the adjustment
to the wording in
recommendation?
terms of the timing.
Because that's an additional one, isn't it?
Yeah.
The trigger is not currently in the heads of terms, but we can add the heads of terms. So we're looking at prior to occupation for the trigger for the affordable the highway contribution.
Councillor Hendry, you would have that as part of your proposal? You're happy to second that? Okay. So the recommendation then is to grant permission with that amendment to the heads of terms. All those in favour of granting permission, please show. And those against, please show. Any abstentions? Okay, that is then 5 each, and then as I voted for in the first vote, I will also vote in for against. So that is the chairman's casting vote. It is granted. Planning permission granted. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute comfort break in order to allow members of the public to leave and for members to take a comfort. Right, members, if we can make a start again, we'll move on to the next application where we have speakers present, and that's on page 124. We're moving into the parish of Brent Knoll. And Mr. Evans, if you could introduce this, please.
This application relates to a agricultural building, oh, sorry, not an agricultural building, residential shed located within the back garden of a property known as Hafod, which is located on Wick Lane to the south of Lympsham. The site is located here, where we have the principal dwelling here, an agricultural style building here, and the building we're looking at today is this building here, which is adjacent to the railway line. This is the site outlined in red. So as you can see, the red line encompasses the building we're discussing today. The building itself is a single-storey timber-clad building, primarily used previously as ancillary storage for the principal dwelling, but it has transpired that the building itself has been used for a storage use associated with the applicant's own business. So the application before you today is a retrospective application to change the use of the building to a B8 storage use to be used by the applicant's business. The proposal also includes the provision of a new gate and fencing, which is along the boundary with Wick Lane here. So this is the building in terms of the existing elevations and floor plan. So the footprint of the building itself, the floor space is approximately 56 square meters in area, so quite small in terms of its scale. It's located in the top corner of the rear of the residential curtilage and is accessed via the existing access off of Wick Lane here. So effectively would be contained, the activities as a result of this application would be contained within this small area here. The application itself is not seeking any changes to the building. What we see on site is what we're looking at today. And the use itself will be for the storage of tools and equipment associated with the applicant's business, which is in the field of gate construction. These are the proposed elevations for the gates and the changes to the timber fence. So at the moment we have a timber fence lining the west boundary of the site. What is proposed is to have 2 brick pillars here, matching the brickwork on the existing building here, and sliding gates here constructed of timber. A section of the existing fence would also be lowered as part of the works to provide an increase in visibility as the to allow vehicles to exit the site. So what we have here is the entrance into the rear of the property. So we have Hafod, the dwelling here, located on the right-hand side. We have an existing agricultural style building located on the boundary here, with the access located here. The building that we're looking at today is just in the background there. So as you can see from the highway, it has very little visual impact. There are no changes. So visually, the existing building itself will not have any impact on the surrounding area. This is another shot taken further north along Wick Lane. Again, to get it in context with the existing site, you can see the existing boundaries of the site are well landscaped. There is a public right-of-way that runs along the north boundary of the site in the adjacent field. But again, this will not be affected due to the existing landscaping and the use of the building. This is a view from that public right-of-way. So the building is located in behind here, if you can see there. So in terms of the application, we are looking at the change of use of an existing building in the countryside for a commercial use. As part of our assessment of the proposal, we consider the application is acceptable, subject to the conditioning of the building to be used in association only with the existing residential dwelling. The reason behind that is to ensure that there would be no impact on the amenity of the existing property if this were to become its own independent storage use, which could have an impact on the amenity should any future occupants of this dwelling not be associated with the use of that building. In terms of the physical alterations to the site, this would be limited to the gates that would be located within the entrance here. While we have had concerns raised about the impact of the gates in terms of their visual impact, it is considered based upon their format and the choice of materials, which would be using timber and brick built pillars either side, which would be in keeping with the construction of this building here, that the visual impact would be limited on the surrounding area. The applicant has offered to provide some form of low planting along the boundary to soften the existing fencing and integrate it with the surrounding area. We have conditioned that the materials of the timber fence, the timber gate and fence be submitted as prior to installation. If members felt required, that we could add that, we could amend that condition to include also any landscaping that could be included with that. In terms of the issues raised, it's not considered that the impact on highways would be significant based on the size of the building and its storage use. As the use would be associated with the property known as Hafford and the occupants, there would be very little in the way of vehicle movements to and from the building as a result. Instead of, in comparison, if the building was off-site somewhere, maybe in a more commercial area, there'd obviously be a more frequent generation of traffic as a result of that. There's no evidence to suggest that there would be a significant movements with regards to HGVs based on the size of the building itself. It is quite small. It's primarily used for the applicant's own tools, and there would be a situation where vehicles may leave during the day to sites that would require construction and obviously serve customers. In terms of residential amenity, the storage use itself is quite passive. There would be no significant disturbance caused by the use of the building from that particular use. There are a number of properties up and down Wick Lane within vicinity, particularly on the opposite side of the road. However, it's not considered that the impact from the building or the fence and gates would be so significant that would warrant refusal in terms of overshadowing, overlooking, or visual domination. In terms of updates, members may have seen that we received an updated response from the CPRE, which went directly to members referring to this planning application. In terms of the comments raised, many of them were similar to those that were submitted at the course of the application's consultation process. However, they did emphasise the fact that there would be no financial barrier to the applicants being able to afford an off-site commercial unit in a more industrial area. And they do welcome that condition 3 has been added as part of the recommendation, but they will continue to monitor the site should permission be granted. So before I hand over to, before I sort of summarise, I will hand over to Adrian, who just wants to add some further points to the case of the application.
Yep, thank you. Just really to clarify the level of use that is proposed, as Liam has outlined, it's, you know, his consideration of this is that it is a small shed used by the owner of the main dwelling to facilitate his running of his business. Very, in my mind, that was typical of, you know, an electrician or a plumber who might have a shed at home where he puts stuff. In light of issues that were raised, I sought a bit more clarification from the operator of the business and the owner of the site as to exactly what this involves. What he had, it is small stuff that is stored in the building. It's tools, it's small bits of equipment. He has one employee who has a van associated with the business. That van is kept here at night. So there are 2 vans at night. And the employee arrives at about 7:30 in the morning. They load up their vans with whatever they need for the day, and they go out. If they're both going to the same site, they might go in just one van. If they've got separate sites or stuff, they need both vans, they will go in the 2 vans. So that is the direct level of movements associated with the householder coming and going from this building. Now that's what I was expecting, sort of level I was expecting to find. And I think that is commensurate with an appropriate use at home. The other bit to factor in, of course, is deliveries, because obviously this is a storage building. Things are stored in there. They have to be brought to the site. That tends to be by small vans. It's not the big stuff. The big stuff is delivered directly to site. It's gate installation he does. There may occasionally be a gate that fits in the transit van that is here and might be propped up against the side of the building temporarily till it's dispatched out. But generally, it's about once a fortnight, a transit van, small van sized vehicle delivers stuff for the business. And then mixed in with that, as I found out when I went on site visit, the odd Amazon van turns up as well, with personal items delivered from internet shopping. So that level of activity that has been outlined, governed with the size of the building, I think confirms in my mind that we have an appropriate scale of activity subject to that condition that it is occupied only by the business use is only conducted by the occupier of Hafford. And that would include his staff van being parked there when that is necessary. So I'll hand over to Liam just to sum up.
Okay, so in terms of the application in front of you today, the building itself is in situ. It's been there for some time and it has recently undertaken this storage use for the applicant's own business. It's not considered the impact of that would have a significant impact on the amenity of the surrounding area or any property or resident within the vicinity of the site. The proposed gates, as I've said, the design has submitted is considered to be acceptable. While we have had concerns over the size and scale, we are seeking a condition that would require the submission of materials in respect to that, so we can double check to make sure that's okay. But in respect of the impact on the surrounding area, again, the impact would be limited based upon the location and the height of those. So in summary, the recommendation is to grant consent subject to the conditions at the end of the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Again, you'll see we've got a number of speakers on this application. We start with the first one, Tim Griffith-Jones, if you'd like to come forward, please. Good afternoon again. You'll see the time on the clock. Start when you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Pear Tree Cottage, which is the nearest house directly opposite Hafford, and I represent the views of most of the closest neighbours who are very unhappy about this application. The application to store tools in an existing building seems relatively innocuous, but the key issue is that granting B8 will legitimise commercial and business activities on the site. B8 approval allows not only industrial and commercial storage, but also distribution. Hafford is clearly already being used as the distribution hub for AJ Gates, and we regard this as unreasonable. Are any of you councillors familiar with Wick? Wick Lane is a very narrow single-track unclassified lane, and there are already frequent traffic problems along the lane. And despite what the planning officer says, the business clearly adds significantly to the traffic through employees coming to and from the site as a hub, deliveries of gates and materials, commercial waste collection, etc. Wick is a small, relatively remote, isolated rural hamlet. The only significant business along the lane is a long-established medium-sized farm. Despite claims to the contrary, there has never been any business at Hafford previously. It's against national policy to locate commercial businesses in isolated rural areas, and this is not one of the priority areas indicated in the Sedgemoor local plan. The business is not agricultural diversity or in any way a land-related business. It does not need to be located at this site and will be much more appropriately located on a business park, which is where the business was located previously. There are several such parks nearby, and it is Sedgemoor policy that they should be used for small businesses of this type. The planning officer has suggested that there will be minimal disturbance and unneighbourly noise, but many mornings there is beeping from heavy machinery on the site, sometimes starting very early in the morning. This has spilled over to the yard on the other side of the building, directly opposite my house. This was a concern that was raised when the recent last application for a new building on the site was granted, which led to a restriction for agricultural use. Hafford now looks like an industrial site, which is entirely out of keeping with this rural location. The business has already expanded with additional employees and vans. We urge the committee not to give B8 approval. The business is not suitable for a remote, isolated rural location with such a narrow lane and should be sited on a business park which is intended for this purpose with appropriate infrastructure and highway access. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your consideration.
Perfectly timed. Next speaker is Colin Townsend, please. And Mr. Townsend, just to confirm you're speaking on behalf of the Parish Council today.
I am indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, councillors. There seems to be some difference between the report of the case officer and the information that was provided by the applicant at our council meeting when this application was discussed. The applicant informed us that AJ Gates Limited manufactures security gates off-site. The gates are then transported to Haffordwick Lane, where they are held ready for distribution and installation. Your case officer makes no reference to this activity or to the additional vehicles that will carry out these deliveries. There will be additional traffic generation on this very narrow section of road. This is not only tool storage, but storage of finished goods ready for distribution. Notwithstanding this, we were also informed that employees of AJ Gates Limited travel to Hafford each day to collect their vans, necessary tools and finished goods ready for installation at different sites. Tools stored are not necessarily for the use of the applicant, but by their employees. Again, your case officer makes no reference to this additional activity. Whilst the PC acknowledged that B8 use class refers to a business used associated with storage and distribution, it is primarily the business use associated with distribution to which the council raises its objection. The case officer references 1, business use storage only at the property, and 2, such storage being solely by the applicant. This fails to properly consider the full extent of the lawful use class which is being sought by the applicant for this property. It is the latter activity of distribution that the council finds objection to with this application. Secondly, we refer to the visual impact of the gates as provided by your case officer. The council considers that the applicant's gates are overwhelmingly large, excessive and not in keeping with the local countryside. Gates that are flanked by 2.5 metre high brick pillars incorporating 2.5 metres high in a narrow section of the road in this developed hamlet are hostile to neighbours, the environment and not in keeping with the activity of the residents of Hafford. We request that this application is refused on the grounds that we have identified. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. And Aaron Adams, would you like to come forward? Afternoon again. You'll see the time on the clock. Start when you're ready, please.
I'm here to present our application for the change of use from a domestic shed to Class B8 storage. I'm going to cover 4 aspects: the background, our business, our application and conditions. We've sunk everything we have into creating a business, a respected business by customers throughout Somerset. My wife, Jen, fell pregnant in 2020 with our first child. We purchased our home and the surrounding paddocks in the same year. Jen continued to work on the building sites until we employed a local lad one local lad to take on her work. Providing a secure base for our expensive equipment and tools has always been a headache. We are also cautious of reducing our carbon footprint. We work very much in the same way as a self-employed electrician, plumber or builder. We don't manufacture anything, and I can't stress that enough. We attend our customers' properties to install equipment, and we have no intention to change that model. Our application seeks to change the use of a domestic shed to a secure storage space for tools and equipment adjacent to our home where we can ensure they are protected. The cost of living crisis is causing a huge rise in theft. On average, a van is broken into every 23 minutes in the UK, and this costs tradespeople over £264 million a year. It's crucial that we support small businesses, often referred to as the backbone of the country, which contribute £2 trillion in turnover to the British economy and employ 44% of the workforce. Our application doesn't contravene Sedgemoor Planning Policy D19 Landscape, D22 Trees and Woodlands, D24 Pollution Impacts on the Development, D25 Protecting the Residential Amenities. The building already exists, and the application does not seek to change the appearance or the footprint of the building. The application does support Sedgemoor Policy D15 Economic Prosperity, as our business employs myself, my wife, and one employee. Hafford is a hamlet of small holdings, farms and other small businesses alike. Brambles, which serves as a small holding and a gin distillery. Pear Tree Cottage, which serves as a farm. Lower Wick Farm offers holiday lets and is the established business address of plumbing and heating. Wick Farm, a commercial large farming enterprise. Upper Wick Farm, which is a family-run equestrian business. All 5 of the closest properties to Hafford operate businesses without objection, and we simply seek to do the same. We understand that there is a concern from our immediate neighbour, and we're willing to agree to conditions that perhaps limit deliveries, limit noise, prevent manufacturing and customer visits, and perhaps we should even increase screening. Our proposed gateway is less than 2 feet wider than the existing gate, and our fence has replaced the pre-existing hedge and simply protects our back garden from the road. The proposed gate is set back from the property and creating another passing point along the lane, as well as ensuring the safety of our dogs and children. In summary, we have sunk our heart and soul into financing this business.
Thank you. Before I come to members, if I could just, obviously we've heard from the speakers, there is a difference of interpretation of what the application is in front of us in terms of whether it is a building for storage of tools or whether it is a potential distribution centre for a business. Can you just clarify in terms of what's in front of us is the application and what the condition relates to? Because also, I think the comment was made about the condition limiting it purely to the occupants of the existing dwelling, but how would that also affect the employee of those residents? So could we just have a bit of clarity, and then I'll come to members for comments.
In terms of the use that is proposed, it is B8 storage use. Now, there is obviously an implication with storage is goods arrive, goods go. It's inevitable consequence of that use. So we are saying you can use that for storage purposes, and we accept that with that, goods arrive, goods go out. So maybe that's because B8 is storage and distribution, the two go hand in hand. So in terms of storage, if you just put a lot of stuff in there and left it forever, we would say quite clearly there would be no impacts associated with that. What we're trying to quantify, and there's obviously a lot of dimensions to this gentleman's business, is what will be the level of activity in terms of comings and goings associated with that storage use. Now, the first thing that, as Liam points out, the 56 square meters will limit how much you could store in there. Now, obviously, a high turnover business could result in more movements. Whether or not someone would ever do that from home is a different matter, but it would be open to them, of the way the conditions are currently structured, to do any B8 storage and distribution activity from this building. So maybe for a certain additional certainty, we could put on that shall we use for their business, we could define the business in terms of the gates and security fencing business. So we could tie that down a bit tighter, if that helped members. In terms of other restrictions, in terms of where we're going, yeah, there's hours of comings and goings. That would be very difficult, in my opinion, to control, because what happens if an Amazon vehicle turns up outside of those hours? Who would be able to distinguish whether it was the business or the Amazon vehicle? Similarly, a delivery. The gentleman also lives there. So are we saying he can't go out to his own outbuilding after the hours of whatever? So I would urge caution on that. It's not completely unheard of to put something like that on that, and we could clarify that, but that's a possibility. But I think it's, going back to Chairman's point here, is what the issue here for everyone seems to be the amount of comings and goings. And we've been quite light touch with it as officers. We're saying principally, as long as it's just this gentleman living at this house or his successor, and it's doing that, and the building doesn't expand, then that's the control that we think is appropriate. The permission is needed. I mean, a plumber or an electrician, quite most of them have probably got a little shed at home where they keep storing their stuff. This one steps over that mark because there is this member of staff. It's a bit bigger. So that's why the application's in here, and that's why we get to consider the impacts. And hopefully that gives you some assurances that there are options to control this that maybe go a bit further than the conditions that Liam's recommended. In terms of the gates, I appreciate that's a design, a matter of subjective judgment as to visual impact. If Liam could just go to the drawing there. So yes, that's a good photo. So obviously the gate comes from that building on the left, brick pier to match. Yes, they're quite high. Not uncommon. If you drive around the countryside, you'll see a higher gate. And that would come over to the sort of roughly just short of that yellow bit. It would be further back than the current fence. There would then be a dog leg out. That fence is the one that they want to keep. It would be lowered in this part. We are suggesting that we revisit the external finish of that. It's a very dark creosote. It will fade with time. But the black colour, I think, is unhelpful at the moment. But we are suggesting a condition to gain control over that. And then there's the visual impact assessment that we're saying this one's not wholly inappropriate. Obviously, there's a difference of opinion locally.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. I just heard the applicant and the speaker here speak very passionately about why he actually wanted this, and I took on board all his comments, which absolutely fine. It's not an unreasonable request what the applicant is asking for. Absolutely, it's fine. The point about the gates, that's not unreasonable either, given the purpose of them and what's going to be stored behind them. Traffic movement for this is neither here nor there, because if the chap lives there anyway, they're still going to have vehicles coming and going. And as rightly pointed out, Amazon vans or whatever the case may be, you have all that. They don't change the footprint, I believe. Is that correct? There's no change in the footprint on the building. Okay, excessive light, it doesn't come into it. Ecology doesn't come into it. Excessive noise, I wouldn't have thought there was anything whatsoever. All they do is put a few things in the van in the morning, maybe unload a bit at night. That pretty well for me sums everything up. The storage of tools, if he doesn't store it there, then he has to store it somewhere else. And I suspect they're very expensive, because tools are very expensive these days for all your DeWalt and Makita and what have you. I have absolutely no problem with this whatsoever, nothing. I can't actually see anything against it, nothing negative, and I'm all in favour of it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
Thank you very much. And based on the clarifications we just heard from the planning officer, I think he put his finger on it when clearly the issue of point here is about the scale of activity. Because when the proposal was presented, we hear there's one employee and one extra van, and yet from the parish side, we're hearing there are employees and vans in the plural. So I would agree with Councillor Hendry in supporting this, provided the level of activity is more clearly defined in the approval, if that could be done. Thank you.
Mr. Noon or Mr. Evans, because I think obviously there is an element of scale here that's been raised as to this is establishing a B8 use. Does that facilitate
Yeah.
Scale changing.
The scale of this would be defined within that red line. That's where the change of use would occur. So it does allow for, presumably the vehicles to be parked within the red line, because they would be associated with that. At the moment, there isn't a condition saying no outside storage. Sometimes that is included, but as the gentleman pointed out to me yesterday, occasionally there is a gate here waiting to go on out. You could limit that to, we could condition that to say there's your, we require details of an area to be set aside for external storage to be agreed. Thereafter, you only do that in that area. There's probably room within that red line where they could identify a small area for that sort of thing. In terms of comings and goings from the site time-wise, very hard to control the number of employees, but I think possibly you could take the view, and I'm trying to think of a way that this would work practically, but if you said something along the lines of no goods shall be received or dispatched from the building outside of the hours of, I think that would be reasonably clear and would allow, still allow the gentleman to go over, load his van, for example, one evening, rather than actually creating a movement out of the site. So that's an option there. So no external storage areas to be agreed and a time limit on goods to be dispatched in and out of the building. I think, and we'd look to you if you felt that was an option to suggest the hours, but probably sort of 7:30 in the morning till similar at night. To be honest, it's because the guy returning from a site would count as a dispatch in. So we would need a degree of flexibility, but in your hands if you choose to go down that route.
As a follow-up to some extent, my understanding is what in effect the officer is saying is that the scale of the business is, it is acceptable in this location and this building. Were the scale to change, what would be the position in terms of the applicant having to come back with other applications?
I think clear, yes. If the use expanded and he needed more area outside of this red line, that would require a further grant of planning permission. There is always that heads up that I hope all applicants hear when we say, if we've minded to accept this at this level, do hear loud and clear that this is maybe not the place to expand into a full-on business, but as a fledgling business started up working from home, our view is that would be acceptable. I think we would have to say as officers, it's probably not in the right place to expand much more than this, if at all.
Any further comments, questions from members? Councillor Hendry.
On the back of everything I said, I'm quite happy to go with the officer's recommendation to grant permission, Chairman. Thank you.
And with that, with the additional conditions in relation to, it was hours of operation and storage.
Of course, that's all acceptable too. Thank you.
And would that be in conjunction with Chairman and Vice Chairman or what?
Yes, we would agree that if members have any strong feelings about the hours, it would be helpful to express those, or we'll leave it to the chairman.
Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. I've got a little bit of problem in saying 7:30 till 7:30 or whatever. Majority of the week I'm at work at 5 and occasionally I'll get called out again at 5 in the evening and I'll get back at 9. Self-employed. So it's very difficult to put a time on if you've got a job which is during the summer you can get on site and get the work done. I'd be very, very dubious about putting a time on because it could easily get breached and then we're back to enforcement and everything else and back here again. It's a very difficult thing.
I was suggesting trying to structure the condition to refer to the dispatch of goods to and from the building, which wouldn't include the gentleman leaving to go to work. It's a fine line. It's a fine,
but nor coming back and then unloading his van at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I appreciate the difficulties that could create.
Councillor Richards, did you want to come back at all?
Yeah, I do appreciate those problems. Maybe it would be about the delivery of materials to the site in terms of manufactured goods and inputs to a job, then I'd be happy to support that, subject to the chairman signing it off.
So in fact, we're talking about delivery. Yeah, Mrs. DeBruce.
Sorry, just thinking in terms of delivery, you know, a lot of deliveries won't cause a problem. A lot of deliveries might be a box of nuts and bolts, which wouldn't necessarily cause an issue. The issue might be delivery of the gates. So if we were talking about limiting restrictions of delivery, if we could be specific for the gates, because the gates are likely to have larger vehicles and likely to have more of an issue. And I think the gates could be something that could be controlled by the business a bit easier than an Amazon van trundling down the road with nuts and bolts. So if we could say delivery of the gates to and from the business shall not take place between 7:30 a.m. and 7:30, or shall only take place between 7:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m., then that leaves sort of the rest of the evening relatively free. But it also allows the freedom for the applicant in terms of smaller scale items that won't give rise to heavy vehicles.
Okay, and also Mr. Noon was earlier talking about whether or not condition 3 required more specifics in terms of relating it to the business rather than a general B8 use.
Yeah, I think you'd have to make it specific to the business because at the moment you are saying solely for the occupants, but the point raised was right in terms of that means that technically the member of staff can't go in and retrieve anything and they'd be passed everything by their boss, which doesn't quite reflect the situation. So I think the wording needs to be amended, but it'd be amended that you know, it is for B8 use in connection with the business that's run by the occupiers of the property, because it was about minimising the impact on the occupiers of the unit. But the exact wording of that again can be agreed with Chair and Vice Chair.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Scott.
Would that be restricted to the current owner or generally?
Mr. Newman.
I think we were suggesting we would clarify that it is this particular business, not by name, but for the store to be used for storage of items in connection with the fence and security gate business run by the occupier of. So we don't actually name the business or the individual, but we give a generic type of business and the occupier of the house.
Okay. Councillor Bolt.
With those alterations, I'm quite happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. If there's no so anyway, we've got a seconder. So we have the recommendation that's been moved then, which is for permission subject to the amended conditions relating to storage, times of delivery of gates, and the condition 3 to make sure that it's clear as to what business it relates to. And obviously the applicant has also heard the comments relating to the suitability of the site for expansion of business. Members, you have that recommendation in front of you to grant permission. Those in favour, please show. Okay, that's clearly carried. That is permission granted with those amended conditions. So thank you very much. Right, members, that takes us to our next application, which takes us back in the agenda to 103.
Yeah.
No, we've got another one. Right, we remain in the parish of Brentnall, and I think it's Mr. Howlett presenting this one. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman.
this application in Brent Knoll for it's part retrospective actually for a change of use of land to provide 2 gypsy traveller pitches, with each pitch being made up of 1 mobile home and a semi-detached day room, alongside associated development, including parking and landscaping. The site's got quite a lengthy planning history, and I'll take you through that in a little bit. But it's got a long history of being a tolerated site for a single gypsy traveller pitch, and there's a mobile home currently on the site and other buildings and paraphernalia, which you'll see from the photographs. So the application is, for that reason, part retrospective. So just taking you through to the location. So we're just to the north, well, to the east of Brent Knoll. The aerial shows, just try and highlight it. So the aerial shows the site here. Oh, which one have I got to do on? Okay, that one. So the site's here. So this is the village of Brent Knoll going here. Brent Knoll itself would be rising to the north behind. This is Sanders Garden Centre. So you've got the M5 to the south, and then the A38 running along here. And there's a spur called Battleborough Lane, and the site, proposed site, is just on the corner there. Just close in and show you in a bit more detail. So this is the current site ringed in red. It's next to a group of existing buildings. This building here is a Grade 2 listed building that's referred to in the report as Battleborough Farm, and then this building to the north of that is Castle Forge Barn. As I say, the land rises gently to start with, but then rises steeply up to Brent Knoll here. And again, this is the A38 running alongside here, and you can start to see what the site is. What you can't really see is this is a dual access serving. They've got separate driveways, but it serves both Battleborough Farm and the proposed site. And the driveway swoops in here, and then you've got the mobile home, the lighter colour here, it's already on the site, and this larger rendered and tiled building here. And there's, like I say, some building material and paraphernalia on the site as well, and a lorry and a trailer. So going on to the planning history then, as I say, it's been quite lengthy, but it goes back from 1993 when an enforcement notice was originally served to stop the site being used for a residential caravan. That wasn't a traveller caravan, it was a residential caravan at that time. So that was served. The site has been occupied since 2009 without consent, but has been tolerated. So by that, we haven't sought to impose the terms of that notice for some time, as you can tell from that. In terms of more recently, we received a planning application back in 2017, which sought permission for 3 pitches, and that was refused for 5 reasons based on heritage and landscape, predominantly the impact on the adjacent listed building and Brent Knoll itself, and visual impact related to that, as well as drainage and flood risk. In 2018, we received a further application where they'd reduced the number of pitches down to 2, but it was refused on the same grounds of heritage, landscape and visual impact, drainage and flood risk. Now, an appeal was submitted at that stage, and as often happens in these situations, further information was submitted on the lead up to what would have been a hearing, which addressed a lot of the consultee comments who'd raised objections previously. So actually, we lost the reasons in terms of visual impact, heritage impact, and landscape impact and drainage, and we're only left with the policy principle objection from the Environment Agency on the fact the site is in flood zone 3A. And I'll come on to talk about that in a moment. But on the basis of that was still an outstanding issue, although additional information had been submitted, the Environment Agency at that stage were unwilling to consider that detail because they felt that the policy principle meant they shouldn't look at the detail of actual flood risk on the site. We negotiated that the application was withdrawn, or the appeal was withdrawn, sorry, and that was to provide an opportunity for a further application for ourselves and the Environment Agency to consider that matter in more detail. And as a result, the application in front of you is the one that was submitted back in 2019. Now, quite a lot's happened since 2019, and pretty much everyone who was involved in the case at that stage has left the council. So that's the reason for the delay and the reason I'm in front of you presenting it. And also because we have had to have further discussions with the Environment Agency in terms of this policy principle. So this sets out the existing site layout. It just sets out a bit more clear the detail that I showed you on the aerial plan. So again, you've got the mobile home here,
driveway swooping in on the access there, and you can see the joint access I was talking about. So the driveway into the site here, but that also serves the access to Battleborough Farm. And then you've got this larger rendered and tiled building here, and a smaller rendered and tiled building just at the back here. The site also shows that there's drains running around the edge of the site. Oh. And then this shows the proposed scheme. So effectively 2 mobile homes are proposed, one here, with a single building that would provide the day room, 2 semi-detached day rooms. The mobile homes would be separated by the sort of gravel courtyard area with paving patio area running up to the day rooms on either side, and then surrounded by play area, ornamental grass, as well as additional planting, native hedgerow and tree planting around the outside of the site, although there is already some additional screening around the site as it stands at the moment. The access would be hard standing or consolidated on this bit here, leading to a gate, which is already an existing gate here, but the new gate would be pushed slightly back into the site to give extra clearance from Battleborough Lane. This is the plans and elevations of the day room. So the building would be 12 metres long by 6.6 metres wide, sorry, with a maximum height of 4.1 metres, and the materials would be in cement fibre slate roof and walls, concrete block with timber cladding, and the expectation is that would be painted dark brown with windows and doors to be the same colour. And the report does refer to the conservation area officer's comments about the materials, and he suggested that actually alternative darker materials may help assimilate alongside the listed building better, giving it more of an agricultural feel, and conditions are recommended as part of that to allow for that negotiation on the materials as part of the post-consent process. So turning to photographs around the site. Okay, so hopefully this is quite familiar for members. So this is the A38. So the photograph on the left is taken from the A38. Sanders is probably just behind my back, my left shoulder, and Battleborough Lane swoops into here. You can obviously see the knoll behind, and you can also see this building here. I don't know how clear it is on the screen, but that's the larger tiled building on site, and you won't be able to make it, but there's a slight red brown colour, which is actually the mobile home that you can see there. And this building over here is Battleborough Farm. And then the photograph taken on the right is taken from Vole Lane, so just slightly further up, looking back at the site, which is in here. So as you can see, it's got some additional, so I keep doing that, sorry, some additional landscape screening already around the site that does make it quite screened from the A38. You can't actually see into the site from the A38 very clearly. So this is closer into Battleborough Inn. I'm just going to stop. I think it's because I'm left-handed. I think that's probably the problem. The cable is connecting. Apologies. Right, there we go. So this is the existing entrance. So you see the existing gate, and again, that tiled building here, and the mobile home you can start to see here. And the photographs I've taken basically take us into the driveway. So we go through the driveway. I'm looking to my left at the building here, and here you can see the mobile home that's currently on the site. And then swooping around the driveway, there's the mobile home here. The building would be here, the larger building behind here. And then obviously this is then the mobile home that's on site, and the tile building here. And this building here is a smaller rendered tile building that's referred to in the report. And behind that is the Castle Forge barn property, so a separate property behind. This sort of shows you some of the state of the site in terms of the condition of the site. And as the report says, it is fairly untidy on the site with quite a bit of building material and paraphernalia around. And these photographs sort of illustrate that more. So Brent Knoll is this is looking towards Brent Knoll. Brent Knoll rises to the back. And again, that's that smaller tiled building here, and the Castle Forge barn there. And as the report says, there's trailers and building materials on the site. And again, this is just looking out towards the east a bit, showing again building paraphernalia on the site, but also showing some of that screening that is around the site. In terms of visual impact, again, I don't know how clear this will appear to you on the sites, but I've taken these photographs from Battleborough Grange Hotel, so just slightly in the rising slope of Brent Knoll, looking back down towards the site and demonstrating how this screening actually works. It's very difficult to see at this scale anything, or it's not particularly prominent in the landscape. You can actually see the A38. That's a lorry running along the A38 here, and behind, again, you lose it a bit in the scale of the photograph, but Sanders Garden Centre is quite prominent. And this is the same photograph, but zoomed in a little bit just to help. So again, the site is covered by that existing screening on the site, and there's Sanders Garden Centre here. And you can start to see the other properties of Battleborough Lane, sorry, along this side. So in terms of the key matters, in terms of principal development, there is a need for, the principle of delivering gypsy and traveller pitches to meet an identified need is obviously a key principle that we need to cover off in terms of national and local policy, and it's an exceptional policy that allows for this types of development in the countryside, and we need to meet gypsy and traveller needs as set out in the National Planning Policy Framework and the Government Planning Policy for traveller sites, and those proposals need to be determined in accordance with the development plan. So in terms of, again, members will be well rehearsed in terms of the level of need, level of outstanding need that the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment has identified. That was prepared back in 2013. That highlights the need to provide 69 pitches by 2032, so the end of the local plan period. And taking into account the consents that have been granted in the meantime, that still results in a residual need of around 28 pitches for the remainder of the plan period. Also, it's relevant to note the council hasn't got a site allocations development plan document in place, and we currently cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply of gypsy and traveller sites. That would be a material consideration in any appeal. As of course is how it complies with the specific policy in the local plan, so policy D8, which deals with, sets out a criteria-based approach for gypsy and traveller sites.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Development Committee. It's now just gone 2, so we'll make a start. I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the Development Committee. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we start this afternoon's agenda. No planned fire drill as far as we've been told, so alarms are real, exits are back through the doors you entered and also through the side. Toilet facilities are located through the middle doors at the rear of the room, and there's, I think there's drinks on the right-hand side, water and glasses, if anyone needs to have a drink. Could I ask if anyone's got a mobile phone, if you can make sure you've turned it off or turned it on to silent, please, just so it doesn't interfere with the meeting and the PA system. And so you know who's in front of you this afternoon. To my right are officers from our Democratic Services and Legal Services teams. To my left are officers from our planning team and local plans, and also then on the wings of the table to my right and left are the councillors who will be debating and deciding the applications before us. I think we're also joined online by some members and members of the public, including, I think, the portfolio holder for economic development and inward investment, but I'm not certain. The meeting this afternoon is actually a hybrid meeting, so that members who are present in the room are able to make the decisions today. But we're also, as I say, joined by people online as well, although they're not in a position to vote on applications. Can I remind those who do join us online, excuse me, that if they can keep their cameras turned off and only turn on the microphones if they are called on to speak. And also just a note for everyone, this meeting is being recorded and the recording is made available after the meeting. The format of the meeting is as per the agenda that's been published, and the officer presentations can be found on the council's web pages for those of us who are joining us online. We'll take each application in turn. Officers will outline the detail and background of the application, then we'll have the public speaking time, and then we'll come to members for the debate and ultimately the decision. For a decision to be made, we'll have a proposer that will then be seconded, and then we'll take the vote, and the announcement of the vote will be made after we've counted the number of votes. If we move on to the agenda itself, then we have apologies for absence. Do we have apologies for this afternoon, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from Councillor Mike Facey, Liz Perry, Tony Hayward and Mike Murphy for this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Item 3 is public speaking time. For those of you as members of the public who registered to speak, as I mentioned, we'll have each application in turn. When it's your time to speak, I will call you forward if you're in the room to the speakers table. You'll see you have a clock on the front which displays the amount of time you've got left. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. If you can draw your comments to a close within that time, that would certainly be appreciated. Item 4 is declarations of interest. If I could ask members to indicate if they've got any declarations, I'll kick off with just a couple for myself. Any items relating to the drainage board, then I've taken no part in discussions on those. And also the applications on page 138 and 159, both fall within my county division, and I've again taken no part in discussion on those. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, pages 138, 159, it's in my county division, but I've taken no part in any discussions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Item 138. I'm a county councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 142. I'm a member of Overy Parish Council. It's also in my ward. Even though I've taken no part in any discussions, I've taken legal advice and will be leaving the meeting because I could be seen as having a biased opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kingham.
As a member of the Parish Drainage Board, I'm taking no part in any discussions.
And Councillor Betty, you're a drainage board as well. Councillor Richards.
Yes, Drainage Board.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Drainage Board.
Okay, that's the drainage board. Councillor Scott, again, if you can use the mic just so others can hear online.
Yeah, a member of the Axborough Drainage Board, and also item on page 159 in my ward, but I've taken no part in discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. On item on page 138, the East Brent roundabout as a member of Somerset County Council.
Thank you very much. And can I just get other county councillors who are present to indicate that they are county councillors, because we will all need to make that same declaration. Okay. Sorry. Excellent. Thank you. Any other declarations? One other thing I should just mention at this point is we had one application that was due to be heard this morning on page 131, where we were unable to deal with that this morning. So that item will be taken after the applications where we've got speakers present this afternoon. So that's the application on page 131, just for reminder. Okay. Next on the agenda is the planning, or are the planning applications themselves. The first application we have is Othery, which has a speaker present, and it's Mr. Titchener. I think you're introducing this one, please. Just give us 1 minute while.
That one, isn't it? Okay, that one.
Whilst we're just getting that presentation up, I did forget to just clarify what declarations were about. So you heard a number of members make declarations that they've taken no part in applications before this meeting. We have a standing order within this committee which basically says members can either get involved at the town and parish level or at the district, and where you've heard they've taken no part at that town and parish level, it leaves them free to come to this meeting and have that discussion. If they were involved in the decision making earlier, it might be seen that they'd already made their mind up before they came to the meeting, and that's where they would be said to be predetermined. So that's where you've heard the declarations say they're not. And in the case of Councillor Betty, the concern was that he might have been influenced by the situation, therefore he wouldn't come with an open mind, and that's why he's had to leave the room and declare that interest. So it's just making sure that you know if there's any background that members have got. Sorry for forgetting that earlier, and back to Mr. Titchener.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application at Orchard Farm, Bedwell Lane in Othery. It is for the erection of an agricultural workers dwelling. The application is before members due to the objection of the parish council. The parish council had submitted a statement separately. I just want to briefly touch on just two officers and I believe members, just effectively reiterating their objections that they'd made in writing to the initial consultation. There is a comment that they've made about the extent of the land holding, and I'll just touch on that as I go through the presentation. So this is just an aerial plan just showing the site. So this is the holding up here. So just on the sort of northern fringe of the settlement. And just to say, members will be familiar with the site because we recently dealt with an application for an agricultural building, the retention of at one of the very recent committees. So this is the red line of the application site. So the site has an access which comes off of the main road here to the north of the village, leads down an access track and then comes down into here. So currently on the site, there is a temporary agricultural workers mobile home, which has previously been granted consent. And there are another number of other agricultural buildings associated with the holding, located here, and here. And the building that was subject to regularisation at the most recent committee is the one that's shown with a sort of dotted outline here. They form the main part of the farmyard and the main part of the holding. So just in terms of a site plan, the proposal is for the erection of a permanent dwelling in a location sort of in close proximity to where the existing mobile home is currently located. So the dwelling, so these are the elevation drawings showing the dwelling and how it's proposed to be formed. So it's a two-storey property with walls of brick, with timber boarding above. The roof is proposed to be slate effect tiles. The windows are proposed to be grey UPVC windows and doors. It will be a 4-bedroom property to serve the holding. And then the photos just show the site as currently. So the photo above shows the existing temporary mobile home. And the land adjoining it on where the dwelling would be erected. So the temporary dwelling would be removed as part of the condition on the permission within a specified time period following the first occupation of the new dwelling if granted. The lower photo just shows the access track just sort of coming in from the northern end, and it sort of sweeps into the site, just showing the proposal. And again, just some photographs just showing some of the existing storage buildings, which this is the one that was most recently sort of approved, which serve the holding. A couple other photographs just showing some of the other barns within which the livestock are held. So these photos show some of the cattle pens that serve the facility. In order, under the sort of policy tests that we have to apply for agricultural workers dwellings, the applicant needs to demonstrate a functional need. So that's a requirement to be on site most times a day, year round, for a specified need. And in this case, it is in relation to the applicant's farming enterprise, which is quite specific. It's a calf rearing enterprise that they run. So calves are brought onto site at about a week to 10 days old. They are then reared in batches until they are about 12 weeks old, and then before being sent away and new batches being brought in. So that process continues throughout the year. At any one time, there are generally about 100 calves on site, and in a calendar year, there are in excess of 400 calves on site. So the business has been taking place at the site for about 10 years. That they previously were given a temporary dwelling to support the enterprise. Now, the life of that temporary dwelling has been extended previously, so they would have been initially given sort of a 3-year sort of permission as is standard. But then the personal circumstances of the applicant and the applicant's the person the applicant previously farmed with ceased, and the applicant then had to reacquire the land on which the enterprise is located. So on the basis of that delay, we granted a previous extension of the temporary to enable the applicant to go through that process and re-establish the business in effect in their own name. That has all previously taken place, and since that time, the applicant now owns the land on which the holding is located and has invested in a number of the buildings on the site to increase it. So there's that history of investments and stock, which is essential to demonstrating that there is a genuine enterprise which is being grown. Now, the nature of the farming enterprise here is a little bit different from some of the other agricultural workers dwellings that we get, is in that it operates on a much smaller footprint than other holdings. And I think we touched on this at the previous meeting. So the farm operates on a very small or much smaller land parcel, has just under 5 hectares, about 50% of which is owned, which is the immediate site here, and then 50% is additional rented land on which sort of crops are taken from for some of the feed. Now, the parish council had raised some concern that the size of the holding has changed. This application has been in the system for two and a bit years. It was initially caught by phosphates, so there was some delay on that part. And then last year the phosphates map was revised, and so it fell out from being affected by phosphates. Before this application could come to committee, the agricultural building, which needed to be regularised, needed to be sorted first. So in terms of sequential approach, that needs to be done first to get us here. In terms of the holding size, the holding is just under 5 hectares, and land, and we get this on other applications where certain parts of land that supports a farm is usually comprised of sort of 3 things. It's owned land, it's business tenancy land, it's grasskeep land. The owned land tends to be much more fixed. The other land tends to be much more in a state of flux, you know, on a year-to-year basis. So it's not unsurprising that the exact figure of the holding is not the same as what it was when the application came in 2020. However, the core land, which is the holding, is owned by the applicant, and that is the bit that is required for the applicant to carry out the main part of the business. The rented land, in our view, is effectively supplementary and provides a bit of additional feed and could come and go, providing that the owned land that is here, which is where all the calves are permanently held, forms part of is a permanent part of the enterprise. That doesn't therefore cause us any concern. So, in terms of that functional need, then there are very young animals at the site, you know, about a week old, and that is when the higher level of functional need tends to be when they need the most intervention, just after birth. So the welfare needs to justify a dwelling in close proximity are there. The man hours calculations that have been provided with the application support the fact that this enterprise can support a full-time worker, and in our view, we would consider therefore that the case for a permanent dwelling has been met. In terms of visual impact, so just the photographs here just showing the long drive, you can see the existing property. So the proposed property would be sort of situated here. So the site has no immediately sort of adjoining neighbours, even though it's just on the peripheral sort of edge of Overy. There is some sort of separation from all other properties. As a result, there's quite little built form from which to take its cues. Nonetheless, we would consider the materials palette and the form of the unit appropriate to its location on the edge of a rural settlement. You know, it's not particularly high. It's got very sort of low eaves with dormer windows. It includes things like use of brick, which is quite a prominent material in places like Overy, and is featured in their Overy Village design statement. So we would consider the design to be acceptable in terms of its visual impact. In terms of wider views, the site has existing hedgerow and tree boundaries, which provide quite a degree of screening. So actually, from what few public vantage points are, we don't consider that the building is going to be particularly prominent. The wider landscape, just looking at some of these photographs of the existing site, is flat and agricultural, and therefore even in some of these wider views, we don't consider there to be any, there would only be relatively minimal impact. So in terms of landscape and visual impacts, we would consider the proposal to be acceptable. This photograph just shows from the viewpoints from the end of the access track, just looking out in both directions. So it's an existing access, it's lawful. It currently serves the agricultural yards, the buildings, and the temporary dwelling. It is on the outside of a bend, so it has good visibility in either direction. There had been some concern raised in comments from people commenting on the application about visibility, but the visibility, as you can see from these photos, is good. And most of it is, well, it falls within highway verges regardless, so can all be controlled. There is sufficient space within the site for parking, and no concerns have been raised on highway grounds. And then just lastly, so the county ecologist noted that the site had been showing as a traditional orchard on some mappings. They've subsequently reviewed the photos, which seem to show the presence of only a couple of apple trees. However, both of those are proposed to be retained as part of the proposal. They do make recommendations, or they do note that hedgerows could be used for bats, so they request conditions regarding protection of hedgerows, a submission of a appropriate lighting scheme, and installation of biodiversity enhancements. As I stated, the site was initially in the phosphates area, but it's been confirmed it's not, so that has been ruled out as an issue. So therefore, the scheme is considered acceptable on ecological grounds, provided the conditions as proposed in the report are attached. So finally, we would consider that functional need is demonstrated, and subject to conditions, would be recommending that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll see we have a speaker here. James Benton, like to come forward, please. Good afternoon. As you know, you've got the 3 minutes. You'll see the time on the clock and start when you're ready, please.
This is on, yeah, it's on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I don't propose to take too much of your time this afternoon. Mr. Titchener has obviously summed up the situation very well. I've been involved with this site with Mr. Jennings ever since he first purchased it some 10 years or so ago. The site and the business has steadily developed over this time, and the applicant has continued to invest and grow the business to a point whereby the number of livestock running through the site annually is around 400, 450 head of cattle. And the business now is showing a net profit in the 21-22 financial year of just under 40,000. That's obviously taking into account all the infrastructure costs and everything else that's been put into the business. So in short, this is a viable, now well-established business. I've witnessed Mr. Jennings work tirelessly over the last 10 years. I've watched him nearly lose everything when his previous partnership unfortunately failed and the farm had to be sold. I've watched him then muster the funds and the desire to buy the farm back, and subsequently watched him grow and expand the business. Rearing livestock is it takes serious hard graft, and Mr. Jennings has shown an absolute commitment to this. I find the stance taken by Parish Council to be totally contrary to all other consultees, to be honest. I feel the points the parish have raised have, in conjunction with Mr. Titchener and Mr. Lloyd, we've worked hard to overcome and to reassure. Without doubt, the business passes both the functional and financial tests with flying colours. The Parish Council's absence here today is perhaps telling. With regard to the design, this is broadly accepted as being appropriate. I would also ask Mr. Chairman that it's noted that the design incorporates a particularly fine chimney stack. So much hard work and endeavour has been put into this business. The application has been comprehensively assessed and scrutinised, and it passes, in my opinion, the relevant tests. Mr. Jennings should be commended, in my opinion. Here we have a perfect opportunity to continue to support an established, very successful rural business. We respectfully request members to follow the recommendation of your case officer and allow this business to continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, yes, Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Noticed in the officer's report that the Parish Council reported some discrepancy within the land ownership. I mean, you say it's all okay, so.
Ms. Titchener.
So that's what I was sort of referring to at the start in terms of the discrepancy. So it's just that there is change over time on farms, and that if you know, it's like trying to say how many cattle are on a farm at any one time. You know, you pick a different day, it'll be a slightly different number, but the core owned land has always stayed the same. So it's just the flux in the rented land. That's why you get different figures over different times, and we're satisfied that that's, you know, genuinely the case here.
Okay, well, on this side, I know about calf rearing because my a member of the family did the same thing, so I appreciate what hard work goes into it. And I would like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. If I could just, again, on the Parish Council's comments, just for clarity, there was an issue raised about the access track and notifications. If you could just confirm that's all, yeah, that's dealt with. And also there was the question raised about, I think you made reference in your comments about the village design statement, and that you're happy that this does concur.
So just on the first point, when the application first came in, obviously you members will have seen the red line goes around the long access track, and it was pointed out in representations received that that is actually unregistered land. Therefore, the correct certificate at that point hadn't been served. It is a different certificate if some of the ownership is not known. So the applicant has since gone away, gone through the correct processes, resubmitted the correct certificate, and we are satisfied that that has now been taken place. With regard to the village design statement, yes, we are satisfied that it does comply. Overy's got quite a mixed character. Anyway, it's quite a mix of different property types, but we're satisfied that it's picked up on some of those cues in terms of the red brick, in terms of, some of the low eaves that we've got here, the chimney. So we're satisfied that it touches the correct places in that part.
Thank you. Councillor Scott and then Councillor Hendry.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's good to see a young farmer doing so well. Obviously, with calf rearing, it's quite an intensive business, and like they've said, he doesn't necessarily need a lot of land to go with it. So I'd be quite happy to support this and second Stuart's recommendation.
Thank you. I think when you get to our age, everyone's a young farmer these days. So, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say how pleased I am this property is going to have such a nice chimney. Thank you.
No worries. I've not seen any other hands up. So we have the recommendation to grant permission as outlined in the report. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Could we get Councillor Betty back into the room, please? And in the meantime, members, if you turn to page 151, where we have our next speaker present. I say we're on page 151, Parish of Puriton, and Chorley would like to introduce this, please. Yes, I thought it got back in by now. Right. Just to confirm, members, we're on page 151 for the next application. Ms. Chorley.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the change of use and erection of a single-storey extensions to the northwest and south elevations of an existing outbuilding to create a single dwelling. The application is at 7 Batch Road in Puriton, and the approximate position of the site is just shown here on this aerial view. So it sits to the north of Puriton within the settlement boundary. And this is slightly closer view, so we're just off Batch Close here. And it's this area here that's just indicated by the red arrow. And this is the location plan that's been provided, showing the application site outlined in red, connecting to Batch Close, which is owned by Sedgemoor District Council rather than Somerset County Highways. So the nearest adopted highway by them is this one here. And the existing site plan, so this is the outbuilding as existing. And this is the proposed extensions that would give rise to the single dwelling with the 2 parking spaces there. Again, we've got the existing elevations shown. And this one is showing the proposed access from Batch Close, an area of hard standing to provide access into 2 parking spaces that would sit to the front of the dwelling. And the elevations as proposed. So we've got a single-storey dwelling, providing a kitchen, dining, living area, 2 bedrooms, and a kind of garage store area that's integrated within the dwelling. This plan's been produced to show its relative height when seen against the cottages 5 and 7, the neighbouring garages, which you'll see in a moment in the site photos, and the bungalows within Batch Close. So onto the site photos. This image, the first one here in the corner, is taken just looking from that highway into Batch Close. The application site's just in the left there, where you can see the caravan. And this image is looking slightly more towards the two kind of traditional cottages. You can just see the church in the background there, and this is the application site here. And this is looking opposite the application site at the existing two-storey dwellings. And then further in where the bungalows at Batch Close are that sit behind this parking area and some garages I'll show you in a moment. So here are the garage buildings. Again, you've got that church in the background. You can see the existing mature landscaping that is there. Looking towards the application site, it would sit here where behind this fence where the caravan is. Again, you can just see the church there in the distance. And these photos taken looking into the existing cottage from the highway. So you can just see that a side elevation of the outbuilding there. And this one's just showing those existing traditional cottages, which is where the design cues have been taken. I'll come on to that in a moment. And some more images just within the site itself, looking at the outbuilding that is currently forms part of the garden area for that neighbouring cottage. And the final two photos, just again, stood in that corner there. So you've got the outbuilding just at the edge of the photo, and this is the access point that you've seen where the parking spaces would be. And from that same point, looking back towards the existing outbuilding and the garden as it is. So in terms of principle, the application site is within the built-up predominantly residential area of Puriton. Principle is therefore acceptable, subject to a detailed assessment of the site constraints. This is a revised scheme. As in the report, there has already been one scheme withdrawn and a subsequently refused scheme. The key concerns there that led to the refusal was the impact on the street scene and the character of the area, and the impact of the heritage asset, the Grade 1 listed church and Grade 2 listed churchyard that you saw in the photos just to the background of the site. The scheme now before members is for a single-storey dwelling. It's of an amended design that seeks to take design cues from its immediate area. And in terms of visual impact, we're assessing that against the existing outbuilding. A condition is recommended to ensure that we can secure the material details, ensure that we do have a high quality finish to any development. So in terms of heritage impact, as I mentioned, there is the Grade 1 listed church and Grade 2 listed churchyard to the rear of the site. The impact on that previously formed a reason for refusal. It's now considered that the scheme that's put forward is far more sympathetic, less intrusive in terms of views towards the church, and the conservation officer is now supportive of the scheme. In terms of residential amenity, it's considered there is an acceptable level loss of privacy for neighbours. Car parking and access. Access, as I mentioned, is via a private road. Notice has been served on Sedgemoor. It is unclassified highway. There are 2 parking spaces proposed. Somerset County Highways standing advice would require an optimum level of 2.5 spaces plus visiting parking. It's not considered that the shortfall that is there is sufficient to warrant a refusal in this case. And of note, it didn't warrant a reason for refusal for the previous application either. In terms of ecology, there's no objection, but conditions are recommended to control external lighting, to secure biodiversity enhancements, and informatives regarding protected species. So in summary, the principle is considered to be acceptable. The revised scheme that's now presented addresses the concerns that led to the previous refusal, and subject to conditions, the application is considered to adequately meet the policy tests, and my recommendation is therefore for approval.
Thank you very much. Again, you'll see we have a speaker on this one. So Anthony Gibbons, would you like to come forward? Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, you'll see the time on the clock. Start when you're ready. And
I'll do my best.
That's all right. Don't worry.
I just wanted to go into past planning. I mean, obviously, I didn't personally do the past plan when it was done by a company. They since, to be honest, they took the money for it and then they disappeared, which was on the 3rd application. So I decided I'd have to do something myself. But obviously, looking into what the conservation officer had to say, I obviously changed the design on it and said, OK, we'll go 1 story. Roof design, obviously, I put the roof pitch on the bungalow at a 35-degree pitch, and proposal was for putting single clay pan tiles on that, which are reclaimed. Obviously, external walls would be made of white lias stone, which is traditional to the surrounding area. And obviously, rather than it being built and stand out, the design would be to build it and for it to blend instantly in. Sorry about my bit nervous. Obviously, I think what Heart Home did on the previous plan was block, and in fairness, like I said, the local area is white lias. So, I mean, obviously, I've looked into the sourcing of that, and that obviously comes from Glastonbury, which is obviously a local supplier of that. Obviously, windows, I looked into the local area, which is, I'll be honest, most people have got UPVC. So with Georgian bars. So literally you could put a window in it with a Georgian bar in it, and it would look as if it had always been there rather than something that was placed there. Generally, that's about all I can say on it, really. But thank you very much for your time.
Okay, no, thank you. Cheers. Members, any comments, questions, please? Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Richards.
Thank you very much. This appears to be a modest and very sympathetic approach to developing the site, given the position with the church and the churchyard, which I'm very happy to support and propose that we give planning permission for.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
It's not coming on.
Oh, it is.
Thank you, Chairman. Absolutely no problem at all with this. It's one of these particular cases where I never know why it gets this far, to be honest. Having said that, I'm quite happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
I think to some extent it shows the system working in the respect that obviously previous applications weren't acceptable. The applicant has gone away and done what was needed to make it acceptable, and certainly what's come in at the moment, as you say, is very sympathetic to what's in the area. Any other comments from members? Sorry? No, don't go there. We have had a recommendation to grant permission, and that has been both proposed and seconded. All those in favour of granting permission, please show. That would appear to be unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, members, if you could turn back in your papers to page 131, where we have a member of the public present. And again, can I thank you for bearing with us with the morning's agenda we had to go through. Okay, no worries. So we move to Cossington. And Mr. Titchener, you're introducing this one, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is an application for the retention of a stable building and the erection of a day room. It's at a site known as a Green Paddock in Cossington Lane, Cossington. So the application is before committee due to the objection of the Parish Council. So this is just an aerial plan. So it's just on the very much on the outskirts of the village of Cossington. The village is here. We're just on sort of the periphery on the road towards Wallavington. And then just looking in more detail. So it's on the southern side of the road. So it's this sort of triangular shaped sort of pitch. It does have a slight dogleg kink in there. So it comprises an existing site for gypsies and travellers. There are a number of sites on the western edge of Cossington, but this is an existing approved site. This is the red line. And there are a couple of pitches associated with the site. There's one here. There's one down in here. The proposed works, as you see in a second, relate to works in this sort of more triangular or this sort of part of the eastern end of the site here. So it's in two parts. So they are seeking permission for the retention of this sort of L plan sort of footprint stable building, which has been constructed here, and they're also looking for permission for the erection of a day room. So that's a day room that would be used as an ancillary building in association with the static home, which is located already here. So this is a plan showing the day room unit. So it measures 5.2 meters to the ridge. It has a footprint of about 12.8 meters by 6.1. It's a single-storey building, such that only really the sort of upper part of the gable end, it being sort of positioned perpendicular to the road. So only really parts of the gable end could potentially be visible from the roadside. There is, as my photographs will show in a second, there's quite a bit of existing hedgerow screening between the road and the site. So officers had negotiated some changes from the scheme as was originally submitted to bring the unit, the day room, further south into the site because it was closer to the roadside boundary. So we didn't want it to sit right on the boundary where that sort of gable would be sort of potentially more prominent. It is notable that permission had previously been granted for a day room at this site. Now that's quite a few years, 5-6 years ago, so that permission had lapsed. But in terms of the planning history, we'd previously, as an authority, said that a day room within the site, broadly in the same location as we're talking now, was acceptable before, and that is a material consideration for us when looking at this application. So the principle, in our view, would be considered to be acceptable. This is the plans of the stable building. It has this sort of central sort of archway for which you can sort of drive through when you come in from the sort of western part of the site into a sort of yard area here, where a number of the other sort of hay is stored and one of the stables is stored, and the applicant sort of within part of the building is able to keep one of their traditional carts. As I stated, it's got an L-plan footprint. It is single story, so really it's really only the sort of central archway, which is sort of the highest part of the structure, which is likely has the potential to be visible from sort of public vantage points. I mean, as you see from sort of the next photographs, the archway is, perhaps a little bit ostentatious, but overall the size and appearance of the stable was not considered to give rise to any sort of visual harm. So this is it, so the photograph. The upper photograph sort of shows the area sort of adjoining where the day room would go. So it's already sort of laid out. That's the roadside hedgerow boundary. So in terms of viewpoints, they would be from the other side of that. And as you can see, that's a very mature hedgerow of some height. And then this is the stable building in here. I think the Parish Council had made reference to the potential for the upper part of the stable building to be used for second floor accommodation, but I think you can see from the photographs that is certainly not going to be possible. So these are just some photographs from taking it within the yard area to the rear, so where you come through and where the horses are kept. And then these photographs just show some images taken from the roadside. So the site is behind this hedgerow. So this is looking down the road towards where the stable building already is. And as you can see, there is a significant amount of screening, which screens the site from most public vantage points. And that top photograph was taken in the summer. So the bottom photograph, which I've taken from Google, but the photographs were taken in the middle of winter, so when the screening is least effective, just to give you a sense of what it may look like at that time of year. And you can just see the top of the roof of the building, but overall, it's pretty modest and is predominantly screened from view. So it's not of a size, in our view, that would give rise to any unacceptable harm. So overall, just to touch on some other matters, Environmental Health have requested a waste plan, which they do with all applications for stable buildings. That's just for waste management, so that would be a condition on the permission. The Highway Authority raised no concerns because effectively we're talking about ancillary buildings in use by an existing dwelling unit. And there are some conditions that the county ecologists have recommended to protect the hedgerows and to secure some enhancements. But overall, our view is that the proposal is acceptable, and therefore we are recommending that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Start with Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I personally don't see any problem with this application, and I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope you get a clock that works. I'd like to second the recommendation of Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just before we take the vote, I think members were all circulated the at the parish sent us the comments that they couldn't be here today, so they sent some comments, so we've all had those and we've all seen those, so that's fine. I'm not seeing any other comments from members around the room, so we have a recommendation then that's been moved and seconded to grant permission. All those in support, please show. That would appear to be unanimous. That's clearly carried. So thank you very much, and permission granted. Right, members, that takes us to our next application, which is now on page 158. No, hang on, 138, I think might be. No, it's my, yeah, it is 138. My eyes failing. This is the application which relates to East Brent and the roundabout, which, as members of the County Council, we've been advised that we need to declare an interest and leave the room because there is a financial element in this on potentially the advertising that may go onto the roundabout. So if those who are County Councillors can vacate, and then I'll hand over to maybe Mrs. Nicholson to take nominations for a chair.
Thank you, members. Can I have a nomination to take the chair, please? Councillor Betty.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Kingham, please.
Thank you, Councillor Brathwaite. Right, Councillor Kingham, would you like to come and take the chair? All those in favour, as there's only 5 of you. Thanks. You're all right, we're still 4.
Right. Thank you. Who's taking this one?
Adrian?
Is this Adrian? Mr. Noon.
Yes, thank you. Just tidying up my screen. Thank you very much. This application for some advertising signs on the roundabout at East Brent on the A38, where the Western Zoyland Road spins off to, not Western Zoyland, I'm still in that place. Western Supermare, apologies. So we have an application for 3 non-illuminated signs, each sign measuring 50 centimetres by a metre. And they will be installed at a total height of, well, sorry, 26 centimetres above the ground. So a total height of just over 75 centimetres. So the roundabout in question is just below the centre of the slide there, just next to the grid line, A38 curving off towards Bristol Airport to the right there. And then in closer up details, oblong roundabout, 3-arm roundabout, 1 sign opposite each arm, and then the Western Supermare Road going off to the northwest. So application site within the red line, centre of the roundabout, there would be these 3 signs. Those are the little black little annotation. So 1 opposite each arm of the roundabout, here, here, and here. The green dots are the safety signs, so the arrows on the roundabout. So the idea there is they do not conflict. The 2 signs do not conflict with each other. That is just the indicative detail. Obviously the signage would go above the county council element, but a total height of 76 centimetres and 1 metre wide. So very low, probably a bit lower than the actual the roundabout signs that we should get in the next slide there. So not far off the height of that, 75 centimetres high. So that's from the A38 looking across the roundabout. That would be the Western Supermare arm there. Those no change to anything else on the left. So the trees are all retained. It's just the signage, and then sort of looking over towards off towards Bristol Airport direction. And courtesy of Google Earth, coming out of the A38, looking down towards High Bridge to the left. Again, similar view from the same part there, just looking at the roundabout. So in terms of the issues here, this is an application for advertisement consent. The 2 issues are just simply on the amenity of the area and public safety in terms of amenity, small in size, no proliferation of signage or advertising, no detriment to the amenities of the locality or wider area identified. In terms of public safety, they are on the roundabout. County have been consulted. The county have even issued their own guidance on how you do these signs. It is in accordance with their own guidance, and the highways officer has not objected and is content that this would not encroach onto any visibility or make the roundabout in any way distracting or unsafe to use. And on that basis, advertisement consent is recommended to be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kempton. Any from councillors? Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just a generic question, is when we don't exist as Sedgemoor, if the county council wanted to do these, how would they be passed as such? Because obviously our councillors who had to go that are dual-hatted, there'd be no one to make the decisions. So would they just end up being put up in the end?
I mean, the signs are made now to be considered now pre-unitary. There's a 5-year permission. So at the end of 5 years, they should be taken away or another application is made to retain them. So the applicant is who it is at the moment. We are the determining authority. We're not approving what type of advert or even the lettering. They wouldn't be obliged to put that logo along the bottom. What we're being asked to approve today is a hoarding on which adverts can be placed, with no say over what the adverts actually say, as with any advert consent. So yeah, it's just, we are where we are right now. Post vesting day, it would be, you know, a matter for county to apply to itself if they wanted to renew them in 4.5 years' time.
Thank you.
No different to what we do with our own applications.
Nothing different. There'll be no county on there, will there? Just be
Somerset Council. Somerset Council, yeah. I hope they haven't got these signs already printed out with that logo.
No, the county probably.
Recommendation, Chairman.
No.
That.
Thank you, Councillor Glassford. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous.
Do we want to get the rest of the
Thank you.
councillors in? Thank you. Seconded, was it Councillor Glassford or Councillor Scott? Councillor Glassford.
Okay. Right, members, if you turn to page 159 for our final application, we move to the parish of Weir. And is it Mr. Titchener?
Thank you very much, Chairman. So this is an application located at a property called Meadowbank, which is on Sparrow Hill Way in Weir. So it's a householder application. The works includes raising of the ridge height. So there will be erection of a 2-storey front extension and rear extensions. So effectively to provide additional living accommodation. There will be a first floor balcony on the rear elevation, and there will be an extension to the existing garage. So quite extensive works all, but within one property. So the application is before members of the committee due to the objection of the parish council, and that objection, they've been consulted twice because effectively we tried to address their concerns without the need for it to come to committee, and their outstanding objection seems to be on flood risk grounds, and I'll just come on to that in due course. So this is the application site just outlined in red. So it's an existing detached property located sort of in this run of sort of frontage facing properties here in the village of Weir. It has quite a large plot, as you can see from here. And then these are the sort of location and block plans. So this is the property here. So it's sort of set much further into its plot than a number of its neighbours, which are slightly closer to the highway. I guess that's just sort of reflecting of the size of the plot that it benefits from. And then sort of the colour shading on here just indicates where the additional works are going to be proposed. So this is an existing garage, which is to be extended. This is the sort of central section of the building where the roof height is going to be raised. and then there'll be some dormer windows in the rear of that, and then there will be a sort of front projection and a rear projection, and that in that rear projection is where the balcony is to be located. So it is an existing detached dwelling. At the moment, it's a bungalow which has rendered walls, UPVC windows, and a concrete tiled roof. So and these are the plans of the bungalow at present. It already has this sort of a small projection to the front. And that's the garage, which is to be amended. And this is the floor plan, just the existing floor plan of the bungalow with all its accommodation laid over the single sort of floor. And then these are the changes. So they are quite extensive changes to the dwelling itself. So the raising of the ridge height. So this will be a new roof structure here. This new projection on the front elevation. With some of this glazing, and then at the back, this sort of projection again, which is quite broad, within which a recessed balcony is to be proposed, and then there are these dormer windows which will be constructed here. Cedar cladding. There were some changes agreed to sort of remove some of the sort of more composite cladding, which was originally proposed, which we didn't feel was going to be sort of conducive to the sort of character of the existing property. And then this is just a plan to showing that sort of front projection here, the extension to the garage, the rear projection, and then they were going to make relative changes to the inside to accommodate sort of the new rooms that would be proposed in the new internal layout. This area here shows sort of the recessed balcony contained within this space here. And then again, just a sort of cross-section drawing, just to get a sense of it is that the roof is being raised, and it is quite a raise from what's there currently, as you can see when you look at the existing drawing as opposed to the proposed drawing. So you can see there are relatively extensive sort of height changes there that we obviously need to assess as planning officers to confirm they are acceptable. There is a difference of 2.5 meters effectively between what is there currently and what will be there in future. And then this plan just shows the extension to the garage, just projecting off here. So additional garage space to be provided. So it's just some photographs of the existing property when looking from the front. So as I stated, it's got quite a setback from the highway. So this is the property here. So it will be subject to quite extensive changes, and with the ridge going up that 2.5 meters across its length here. So it is quite a project. But it is, in our view, in terms of it's quite set back from the highway, and that means that you can contain these changes within the street scene much in a more accommodating manner. This is showing where the extensions to the garage are going to do. The tree will be lost. There are some biodiversity enhancements to be included as part of the proposal to mitigate some of the loss because that is too close to where the garage is proposed to go. And then what I really just wanted to show by some of these images, which have been taken from Google, is just a bit of a sense of the street scene, because there's quite a variation in built form in the immediate surroundings. There isn't there isn't predominant type of dwellings. There are a mix of bungalows, as you can see here, which is quite close to the application site. There's a mix of some traditional, and then there's lots of two-story properties with a mix of material palettes and mix of roof forms. There's quite a lot of variation. And then, given the fact that the application site, the application proposal is quite set back in a quite varied street scene anyway, notwithstanding that there are quite extensive changes to the property, we wouldn't consider there to be any harm to the street scene as a result of those changes. And then just with a couple of these pictures, just wanted to talk about the relationship with the neighbouring properties. So this shows the property to the west. So there are no side windows, which will be on the first floor element of the proposal. There will only be front and rear facing. The balcony, which some neighbours have raised concern about, not this neighbour here, but others had, is very much is an enclosed balcony and very much project views just over the applicant's own garden. So we wouldn't consider that to raise amenity concerns. This just shows the relationship with the property on the east side. And there is quite a separation distance already between the end of the property and here, and the property isn't being extended in this direction, it's just having its roof raised. And then there'll be a dormer here providing views towards the applicant's own garden. But there's no new windows within the gable end, which is going to give rise to any new overlooking of this property. So whilst they had raised some concerns, we wouldn't consider there to be unacceptable amenity impacts which would arise from the proposal. And then just a view just showing the sort of depth of the rear garden. So they've got quite a large rear garden at the moment, and it's to do with these sort of drainage channel. There's a drainage channel that runs along a number of the rear of the properties here, which is where the parish's sort of concerns had been raised, and where there's sort of one residual concern seemed to lie. So they were concerned about the potential development to impact on surface water. So I'll just touch on that in a second. So it's another photograph just looking back up to the applicant's property. So you just get a sense of the distance from the rear of the property where some of the drains are located. And then just a picture here just of some of the ditches at the very far end. Now the parish's concern was that these ditches collect surface water runoff from the adjoining hills to the south. So the land that's beyond the applicant's own garden is more elevated and then runs downhill into some of these ditches. And they say that at times these ditches overflow to the detriment of local properties. And their concern is that the development is going to exacerbate this existing situation. Now, what we have to take account of is that as a pre-existing situation affecting land outside the applicant's property predominantly, about how those hills themselves are drained rather than the applicant's own land. Now, the rear extension after construction is going to be no more than 16 metres to separation distance from these ditches. So there is still significant separation from it. That's to the east where there's a drainage ditch. It will still be 24 metres from the ditches to the south. So there is still significant separation distance in our view from these ditches to the proposed development. Nonetheless, building control is there for and will scrutinise the surface water arrangements for the extensions when they are constructed. The applicants will be required to demonstrate that the surface water scheme they want to put in for building control is appropriate. So if they want to put in soakways, they'll have to do percolation tests to demonstrate it works. They will have to put in a means that will deal with the surface water that comes from the development. And we are satisfied that that is adequately controlled outside the planning process and through building control. So we wouldn't consider it to be a matter that is going to be, that needs to be controlled through planning. Nonetheless, and building control is there to make sure it doesn't exacerbate an existing situation anyway. So in our view, it's not a matter we would consider would constitute a reason for refusal. So, and then just quickly on other matters, ecology have recommended some conditions. So regarding to control works and lighting and enhancements in terms of bat and bird boxes and some planting. We wouldn't consider there's any other matters which would preclude the grant of permission. So we are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? No, in which case I'm looking for a recommendation then. Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Pearson and Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I can't see any problem with this, so I'm happy to approve the officer's recommendation to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
I'm quite happy to second it as well.
Thank you. If there's no further comments or questions from members, we've got the recommendation to grant permission moved and seconded. Those in support, please show. That would appear to be unanimous. So that's clearly carried. Members, that brings us to the end of the applications. If you're willing, I'm just going to suggest we take a short comfort break at that point because the tea and coffee has just been refreshed if anyone wants to get a drink, and then we'll restart with the presentations in terms of reports and statement of community involvement. So if we just break for a couple of minutes, just recharge your cups and then we'll restart again. Okay, if members can turn then in their papers to page 167, and it's agenda item 6.1. And I think Mrs. DeVries, you're introducing this, please.
So this is just the certificate of lawfulnesses that have had a decision. So we've refused a certificate of lawfulness for land to the south of Parchy View, Ward Lane, Chedsoy, applying for existing use of a storage yard for business purposes, so B8. We obviously didn't think they satisfied the sufficient evidence to approve the certificate. There was a second certificate for Hillview, Edith Mead Lane, Edith Mead, which was for existing use of land as commercial vehicle parking and storage area. It was withdrawn after it was registered, so we haven't determined it. The applicant's withdrawn it. And we've granted planning permission for a barn at Uplands, Bradley Cross Lane, Bradley Cross, for certificate of lawfulness for existing use of a building as a dwelling.
Questions that members have got on those? Not seeing any, so that takes 6.2, which is the section 106s.
We've issued land at Newton Road in Highbridge, which was an application members determined a while back. They wanted to change a couple of the triggers in the 106, so the triggers have been altered to change them to 50% occupation, and that's been put back to the CILA 106 officer because the development is well underway, if not substantially complete. But that was issued last about a week ago.
Okay, any comments or questions? Nope. In which case that takes us to page 171 and item 7 on our agenda, which is the, sorry, 169 and item 7 on our agenda, which is the draft statement of community involvement. I think Mrs. De Vries, you're introducing this with questions for yourself and Mr. Redding.
So we're providing a united front on this. I'm going to run through some PowerPoint slides really basically, and then if you've got any detailed questions, Andy's here to answer any questions you've got. It's currently, we've got a statement of community involvement that's been put together with all authorities, so we're just advertising it now for the new unitary authority, so it's currently out to consultation. It just looks at what we take into consideration and how we're going to take it into consideration, and what we're going to do with some of your comments if we're taking them into consideration. I'm just running through these slides really quickly. It covers what we do in terms of consultation for planning policy and planning decisions, and it will set out how we intend to engage and consult with the community and particular stakeholders on sort of new and emerging documents. And it covers local planning policy, neighbourhood plans, and also how we're going to determine planning applications. So for the SEI, we've all got separate ones at the moment, but we've culminated them into one joint one, and it's currently out to consultation. And it identifies just basically who we're going to notify, who we're going to consult, and who we're going to involve in plan making. Sets out the different stages that are going to be undertaken through the local plan adoption, and what tools we're going to use in terms of what platforms we're going to consult people on, how we're going to engage with them, and includes what we're going to do in terms of GDPR and data protection with any sort of comments or details that we get. So for neighbourhood towns, neighbourhood plans, again, it's looking at consultation led by the parish and town councils or the neighbourhood forum. And it again sets out the key stages for that, sharing relevant evidence and studies and advising on national and local policies and which ones need to be considered. And for development management, so for the area that we cover, it looks at what we do in terms of pre-application engagement with the local planning authority and local communities, and at application stage sets out details of consultees that are going to be notified of planning applications, statutory, non-statutory and adjoining properties. And it also confirms how we're going to publicise applications and subsequent decisions, and how people will be notified if they're going to be notified of appeals. So currently out to consultation, it's on Somerset consultation SharePoint, and if you find the right page, there's a bit that says Andy Redding's done a really nice short film, click here, but the here doesn't look very bold, but if you click on it, it'll take you through to YouTube and probably get a much more detailed version of that presentation. So if you want to comment on it, it's open till the 16th of March. So any detailed questions?
Any questions or comments from members? Can I just raise with Andy in terms, because I sort of raised it elsewhere as well, but in terms of statement of community involvement, can you just outline also how it works with developers and exception sites, whether that's covered and how it's covered?
Yeah, I think it's one of the key things just going to come out from the consultation with parish councils as well is the expectations around pre-application, particularly of communities, and the wording at the moment encourages it and it highlights the importance and benefits of pre-application engagement. But I think one of the key messages we'll have back is that, you know, just trying to strengthen the wording of the SCI of the expectation is a key thing we need to change in the document.
Yeah, because certainly as we've all witnessed here, parishes coming and saying we've had consultation which hasn't necessarily been robust and engaging. It's just been a survey put around on a wet Saturday afternoon. Any other comments or questions from members? Yes, Councillor Richards.
Yes, certainly on a similar vein, I think that anything that's in there where the definition could be questioned, I think needs to be really tight. And one of the classics that comes up is when you have a, say, self-build or an exemption site outside a settlement boundary, and there is supposedly supposed to be, I think the wording is something like appropriate and effective consultation with the community, and nobody's really sure what that means. And it's really difficult at a planning meeting at parish level when people come along and nobody's really sure what does that mean. You know, who determines what is effective, who determines what is appropriate. So I think that really needs to be tightened down in this document so the expectations are clear for residents. Thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, it's something which crops up frequently, and the challenge we have with the SCI is we're trying to draft it in a way which can be interpreted for all different districts' local plans, which have those different policy wordings over the level of engagement. The challenge we've always come across is in terms of national policy, sort of setting a stance that apart from onshore wind farms, it's not mandatory in terms of that pre-app. So we sort of get up against it a bit on that front. So we'll try and make sure the wording is as clear as possible about that, for sure.
And I think following up on Charlie's point is that when we had it in the local plan, one of the things we said was why we as Sedgemoor were doing the statement of community involvement was to clarify a bit more so that the local plan in effect says, look at our statement of community involvement to see what the level is. If we still leave it undefined, it doesn't really get us any further, so it does need to be much more robust. Any other comments or questions that anyone has? You can all head back and click the link to watch Andy perform on the YouTube. But Andy, you wanted to?
It's just to check whether anyone got the email, the consultation email, and have the link. Because if not, I will make sure it is sent. Because I know that some people who have a sit on county will have had it through their system, but I wasn't sure if district members had it or not. I'll get it resent around district members. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments on that for anyone while you've got Andy in the hot seat. No. Okay. Any other yes, Mr. Howlett.
It's only, Chairman, it's entirely up to you whether you wanted me to give an update on where we've got to on the constitution for the new council.
Yeah, members are happy to have that. I think it would be useful. Yeah, is this just
yes, please.
Okay, so we'll close the meeting. Thank you all very much for your attendance today, and we'll close it.